Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It is a double session of darts here on Friday, and we will find out which 5 players are going to be joining Jeff Smith at finals night tomorrow. This afternoon, it's all about Group C, and everything is to play for all 6 players in the group. Before we get into today, here's a quick reminder of what happened yesterday.
Oh, and he finds it. Beautifully fouled by Marina Michels. Is Haywood going to make it an 8th max? Yes is the answer. And only once in Super Series history have we seen more maximums than in this game for the double. Oh, that's superb. What a recovery following dart 1 for Kieran Teehan.
Treble 18. Leaves the ball.
That is stunning.
Counting his breakdowns, leaving the correct finishes. Oh, he's left the biggest one. And he takes the biggest finish of them all.
And this is 6 darts on 161. We're going to hit a 1-2-1 in this match. And that was when Arnie wasn't on a finish. And he pins the 161 as well. And that could be another dagger to Arnie Spee.
Yeah, some really good stuff yesterday, but little to separate the players in the Group C table. There are only 2 points actually separating all of the players. Haywood is top, just Kieran Teehan and Moreno Michaels both on 6 points as well. Peter Hudson, Nick Fullwell and the Dutchman Arne Spee all on 4, so all very much to play for. Here's how the bookies see things after the first day's play, and they are going with Moreno Michaels, a former grand finalist, of course, as the favourite. Kieran Teehan, second favourite. Still Spee, the big outsider. Only won 1 match, of course, in Group A earlier this week, but a couple of wins early today, and that could be great value. If you are going to have a bet, please do so responsibly. It's 18 plus, and begambleaware.org for information on safer gambling. Now, I did mention that the ADC qualifier Shane Haywood goes into the final day of action top of the table, and Henry Deacon had a little chat with him earlier on.
Well, Shane, what a strange day it was yesterday. Everybody within 2 points of each other at the top of the group, but you must be happy the way things went, top of the table overnight.
Yeah, exactly, mate, definitely. I mean, the experience in there, to be like joint third on points and a chance Saturday night, I'm over the moon, mate, yeah.
What was your expectations coming into this week?
Truthfully, just to build on my last experience. As long as I keep learning and learning and learning, I'm kind of happy. Not to sound defeatist, I want to win because I want to win, but as long as I keep learning each time I come, I'll feel like I go away learning something good, all good.
And it's interesting, just watching your games yesterday and looking at the numbers for yesterday, it felt like every single game, your numbers, your averages, and the checkouts as well, it was all very consistent. It was all around that same mark.
Yeah, I run about an 85, but I know if I can learn how to tweak my game, I might go like an extra 5 on top of that, maybe. But I'm trying to find that. Trying to find that experience to get there, so...
We've seen you play a little bit on the ADC tour as well as play a bit here. What's kind of your goals and ambitions for the year ahead?
Sake of not repeating myself, but just to learn, mate. Even though I'm 48 and I've played the game for a long time, I've never played it at this level. So I'm like a JDC dude at this level. Do you know what I mean? So like I say, I don't want to sound defeatist, but I'm happy just learning. So as long as I keep doing that, I feel like I'm going up and not down. I'll just keep going up and see what it brings. So
what made you decide, actually, I want to take the game a bit more seriously?
Life, mate. Yeah. I did it 20 odd years ago. Decided to knock on the head for different things. Life gets in the way. And then through the COVID period, I just done the online stuff and that, and realised that I got half a talent. I might be able to push people and build on that. So I was like, have a go, mate. Do you know what I mean? Life too short to not. So.
Well, it's great watching you here at the Super Series. Wish you all the very best today. Shane, good luck.
Thank you very much, pal.
Well, modesty from Shane Haywood in that interview with Henry Deacon this morning. He is top of the table, and maybe a little bit of self-belief will help him get over the line here, as he did in this fixture yesterday against the Dutchman Arne Spee. Haywood, 48 years of age from Wrexham, here for the second time as an ADC qualifier. So starting to get very successful in the amateur dart circuit. He takes on Spee, 24, on a debut week, also through the ADC system in Europe, and has had a better Group C than he had Group A, and maybe he's learning as well as the week goes on. A victory in this one would see him go level with his opponent, and therefore joint top of the table, but there would be 4 players tied on 6 points. A win for Haywood would see him just move clear temporarily at least from Kieran Teehan and Moreno Michaels, who do play each other in this first round of fixtures. Guiding you through the action alongside me, Chris Murphy, today is Henry Deacon, who's been observing all of the players all week. And, well, you're tasked, Henry, in the absence of a player pundit,
First leg, it's Shane
to give us your predictions about who might go through this exceedingly tight group.
Yeah, hi Chris, hi everybody. It kind of is a case of we know no more following the first day's play as far as this group is concerned. Over the course of the day, Shane was probably the most consistent player of the 6, and he kickstarts day 2 with a maximum. For the day, 86.55 was his running average, 16 out of 52 when it came to the finishing.
59.
Players a bit like Arnie Spee, who had a couple of good performances and a couple that went the other way. Shane was able to attain that level on a very consistent basis. We should note right from the very get-go of today that there is
81.
a possibility that if the card gets reversed and everybody has a different day to day 1, that all 6 players could finish the group on 10 points.
41.
Yeah, it never happened yet, but it will at some point. The amount of weeks and games we've had at the Super Series, you'd think that all things would have happened, but there are still a few
55.
worlds left to conquer.
Perhaps be ironic that the amount of times you've spoken about it in a Group B context, that the one time it does happen is in a Group C.
140.
Well, Haywood will be hoping to put some distance between himself and Spee at the end of this one. 4 points would be the gap. First look I've had at
35.
Arna, apart from the highlights this week. Of course, all available on the Super Series YouTube channel. What have you made of him on debut?
I think he's eased into the week. I think he struggled in Group A, and I think
81.
he's himself
Shane, you require
admitted that.
150.
But certainly yesterday there was signs he was settling on the stage. Well, this would be some settler for Shane if he could find the 150. He has got 6 from here to take out this opening leg, and he's going to need that full quota.
94.
But this has been the kind of steady start that kind of followed Shane yesterday. 5, 6 visit legs, that was kind of where he was doing his damage in. And at this level, it tends to be enough, but Spee is going to go as high as he possibly can. And he's going to leave himself on tops if this doesn't go.
You require 56.
So, double top, 2 darts at it. Becomes 1 at double 10.
46. Arnie, you
And that-
require 40.
140 setup has given Spee the opportunity to break in leg 1.
It's either been feast or famine on the
Game
outer
shot on
ring
the
for
first
Spee, and
leg,
double 10's
Arnie
kind of been his
Spee.
best friend this week. He breaks the throw as Shane Haywood, leads by a leg to 0. The story of
Second
yesterday
leg,
for the
it's Arnie to
Dutchman
throw
was a
first. Game
case
on.
of 2 excellent performances, 2 of his best performances of the week. 89.48 against Kieran Teehan. He also had an 89 average against Nick Fullwell. In both of those games, he got off to very bright sparks, but then
59.
plateaued towards the finishing line. The issue was that the matches either side of that didn't quite live up to expectations, didn't quite live up to the billing.
121.
But he's only been playing the sport for the best part of 7 years. The story of how he got into the game is quite an intriguing one. He was a dishwasher
50.
at a local pub when he was 16, 17 years of age, and they were short of a player for a league fixture. And so they said, well, can you just fulfill it? Otherwise, we're going to have to forfeit the game. And
60.
Arnie played in that match, realised he had a little bit of talent, and it's kind of blossomed from there.
Did he
77.
have to do the dishes after he won his match?
You'd like to think not, wouldn't you?
$40.
Well, these early matches could determine the direction of the group that we're going to have this afternoon. So often you see a group that starts in this kind of position, but quickly you see a separation. Are we going to see all 6 battling it out all day,
60.
or will 2 or 3 pull away and make it a race between just the select few?
And the thing is, usually when you look at these groups that are this tight, you think
81.
there's 2 players who could probably really stretch away if they go off to a good start. But you look at the likes of Nick Fullwell, you look at the likes of Kieran Teehan, they're opposite ends of the table, and they'd be the 2 you'd think they'd be most likely to
60.
put on a
Arnie, you require
spurt today.
156.
Oh, we see a Spee spurt early on. He's going to leave this handy, just like he did in the previous
100.
leg.
Shane, you require 160.
Well, suddenly from controlling the match in the early stages here, Shane Haywood, he finds himself on the back
100.
foot, was broken in the
Arnie, you
first
require
leg.
56.
Speed can follow up with a hold in the second, and suddenly he's 2-0 down. And we could be in a position where we have 4 players
Game
tied
shot
at
on
the
the
top on
second
6
leg,
points.
Arnie
2-0 to the
Spee.
Dutchman.
If he manages to win every leg in this game as well, he's going
Third
to
leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game
see a
on.
total reversal here for this duo, because Spee would move into the top 2. Shane Haywood would sink as low as 4th. That's how quickly it could change.
We are going to have a guaranteed leader at the top of the
70.
table on points at the end of this round, because Fullwell plays Hudson next, so if Spee wins this on, we'll have a temporary 5-way tie for the lead. But then Teehan and Mikkel's play in the
59.
final game of the first round. The winner will move on to 8 points and will be guaranteed the ascendancy. And a 2-point lead in the group as tight as this is going to feel almost like a massive margin.
121.
Remember, the top 2 go through from Group C.
Yeah, Group B tonight, 3 players from the 5 will go through.
43.
Jim Long looks set to be there. He won all 4 of his games on Thursday night. Justin Hood winning 3 out of 4. Then Adam Lipscomb in 3rd place. Chris Quantock in 4th. And Adam Mould bottom of the table without a win, but not out of the race just yet. 10 p.m. tonight on the Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribing and you've hit that notification bell. You'll be alerted when we go live.
100.
Well, Arnie really has taken control of proceedings, leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12. His average after what was a slow start to the contest has crept up to just under 88, 2 from 3 on the double. It's been a real good performance off the bat, was
Arnie, you require
a
70.
shame. Following that good first leg, he hasn't really responded since. It's not the worst miss in the world. Dart at tops.
30.
And that would have been for the double break.
Shane, you require 160.
Yeah, but Haywood's still going to need a big one to stop him getting more darts. And that's not going to happen.
60. Arnie, you require 40.
So Spee for 3-0. Double 10. Doesn't come to his aid this time. Neither does
30.
double 5. And so
Shane, you
Haywood,
require
an
100.
outside opportunity on the ton, but a chance nonetheless to bring it back to 2-1.
Potentially an early big moment. And he does go for 2 tops.
80.
But
Arnie,
the only
you
double
require 10.
he's hit in this match wasn't one to win a leg.
Opportunity presented again,
Game shot
and
on the
this time
third leg,
taken by
Arnie
the
Spee.
Dutchman. And Arnie Spee moves 3-0 to the good. He's got the double break of Shane Haywood and now has a couple of
Fourth
opportunities
flag,
on
it's
throw
Arnie
to
to
get
throw
the match
first.
done. But he'd
Game
like to get
on.
it done right here, right now. If he wins 4-0, as he's alluded to, because of the legs 1 bracket, he'd move above Morena Mikkels into 2nd place.
39.
Well, he did say in his chat with Henry alongside me that he was here to learn, Shane Haywood, and he's certainly been given a lesson here.
58.
And it's going to be all about how he responds to it, because he'll still be in a very strong position, but will have those war wounds inflicted on him from the
83.
first match.
Actually, this is quite an intriguing battle when you think about it, because you've got a player representing ADC UK, a player representing ADC Europe, but no disrespect to Shane, but at different ends of the
100.
timescale. But both have one thing in common, they're still developing their games.
58.
Spee does still need to cross the line in this one. Lost this game 4-2
44.
yesterday. He lost his first game 4-0 yesterday, looking for the complete reversal of that.
98.
Victories for him coming against Nick Fullwell and Kieran Teehan.
You'd say probably the two big name players of this group.
95.
Yeah, he is the small name player, isn't he? It's only 8 letters in total.
53.
Well, Spee's left himself on a finish, but Haywood's going to leave it much more makeable here.
100.
He finds his second max of the match, and he's going to leave himself on double 12. Spee's already found the fish this week, but he's not going to get it for the second time.
44. Shane, you require 24.
Down for double 3, doesn't go. And so Spee has got an opportunity to win the match. 1-2-6 is what he's looking at.
Yeah, even when it's gone right in this game for Shane Haywood, it's quickly gone wrong afterwards. And it could go really wrong here for the Welshman. Oh,
101.
almost. But now he's got to
Shane,
deal
you
with the
require
remainder. 3 to stay in it.
Well, that's completely out of the way. Now that could be awkward. He's got a bit to the left-hand side to aim at, but he can't find it, so Spee is back for the points.
Choices. Goes for 17 to leave double 4.
17.
Would have been a 4-0 win, but
Shane,
Haywood has to
3.
contend with this 3 again. And it becomes harder each time. Now, don't miss the big number, whatever you do. Well pitched. Plays it safe. But can't
1.
deliver the double.
Arnie, you require 8.
And this is to seal a perfect start for Arnie Spee.
No score.
But he's pulled that low. A
Shane, you
tetchy,
require
nervy,
2.
match-winning dart.
Well, it was Shane we were warning not to miss the big number, but Spee's made a real mess of that. It's he who's gone wayward,
Shot
and
on a
then
full
Haywood
flag. Shane Haywood
lands a double 1, apologetically.
Well, if he's still learning about the sport,
Fifth
learn to
flag,
not
it's
apologise
Shane to
about
throw
winning
first.
legs.
Game on.
However, what we do learn is these darts players don't practice what they preach. Because how many people have sat in this commentary box, Murph, said, don't apologise for winning legs, then go on the stage and apologise for winning legs?
119.
Pure hypocrisy from some of our co-commentators here.
83. $137.
Well, will Haywood make his way back here? Because that could be a
41.
real damaging miss, couldn't it, for Spee? Not only did he miss multiple darts at double, but didn't have the full quota of darts that he should have had to win the match by dragging that dart into the
65.
13. And now suddenly it looks like Shane's got a spring in his step and Arna's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
We saw this at times yesterday
60.
where went 3-0 up in games, he got off to good starts, but then plateaued to the middle point. But in those couple of wins, it was the fact he got off to such a quick start. He went 3-0 up in both the games he won. But was able just to find something at some point to almost crawl over the line in those games.
43. Shane, you require 80.
So to close the gap. Double top. Stares it down.
60.
Can't get near it, but Spee is nowhere near him.
This game could be reaching a little bit of a crossroads. Haywood wins this,
95.
and he'll get the second of those
require
opportunities we
20.
spoke about to serve the game out, but he'll be under more tangible pressure this time. Double 5.
Game shot on the fifth
Fouled.
leg.
Goes
Shane
back to
Haywood.
3-2, and so this is the leg for Arnie to take the match out.
Needs to reset.
Sixth leg. It's
And he's not
Arnie to
happy.
throw first.
Difficult
Game
to
on.
shake those miserable memories when they're so recent. But he needs to see it as a one leg of 5-0-1 in which he has a throw.
60.
Wasn't a convincing 60, was it?
It's fair to say Shane Haywood is the better player right now. It's his third maximum of this match.
60.
Well, we were talking about the potential of Spee being in the top 2. Instead, it may be Haywood that's pulling away at the
41.
top. Could be the first player to 8 points if he wins the remaining legs in this game.
55.
Well, the way the fixtures pan out for Shane Haywood, he can really put himself in a position where he's got Peter Hudson and then
140.
Nick Fullwell in his next 2 matches. So they're the bottom 2 in the table right now. So he could put himself in a position where he knocks 2 players out of the equation and puts himself on the cusp of
55.
qualification.
Shane, you require 140.
So 140. And he may do it in one visit.
120.
Good attempt. Spee should look at the 19s. 101, the minimum requirement. He's not getting that. So
98.
Haywood to force a decider.
Shane, you require
Remember, from
20.
3-0 down in this game.
Not for the first time this week we've seen a 3-0 scoreline come and go. Not for double 5. Now has got decisions to make here, but he's going to go straight for it.
No
And
score.
well, and actually, in some ways, okay, he didn't find the double 5, but that was probably the next best result.
Yeah, I thought he'd done the right thing there, Henry. Leaving himself back on double 10.
62. Check 61. Shane, you require 20.
So can he sink the battleship this time?
Game shot on
Finds
the
it, and
sixth
he's
leg.
3-3.
Shane Haywood.
Double 5 twice and double 1 once. Really clutch in those key moments,
Seventh
but
and final
he's
leg. It's Shane
on
to
course
throw
here to
first.
pull off the great escape.
Game on.
And I have to say, he's really grown in confidence and fed off his opponent's mistakes, but Spee has just not picked himself up off the floor since missing those
100.
match starts.
Well, it was the first game of the week where Kieran Teehan raced into a 3-0 lead against Jeff Smith before the silencer raced off 4 in a row, and it could be the case once
45.
again where the first match of a session yields a hill-to-hell moment for a player.
100.
I think there were 1 or 2, maybe had that 28-1 about Arne Spee. Getting a little bit excited 5 minutes ago. Let me tell you, it's the hope
48.
that kills you.
That's a great find with the last dart, because the way those first 2 sit up in the board, he wouldn't have seen much of that treble bed.
123.
6 darts from here for Shane Haywood to come back from 3-0 down and to win in the last leg decide. It'll move him on to 8 points in the group. It'll give him
59.
the ascendancy. It'll make sure he still holds all the aces at the top of the pile. And I mean, no matter what, Arnie Spee will be 4 behind the top 2 at the end of round 1.
23.
Well, he had to go at the 140,
Shane, you
2
require
trebles and then missed the double.
142.
Now the 142 is on offer. This time it'll just be the setup.
60. 95. Shane, you
To
require
complete the
82.
ultimate turnaround. And to put him 2 points clear temporarily at the top of the pile. Went for the bullseye. Going to be 13 and bull now to complete the comeback win. Has a look around at Arnie Spee's score. We'll play safe. We'll go for the bull. He
57.
cannot net the bull.
Shane, Arnie, you require 167.
Well, Arnie would hope for a go at it, but he's not going to. So Haywood will return for the 25 remainder to complete the comeback win.
79. Shane, you require 25.
For the match. Double 8. 2 4s.
21.
And now Shane Haywood has spurred opportunities to win this
88.
match.
I don't know how this would be described should Spee steal it, but it's another missed big number.
$24.
And it means Haywood returns.
Shane, you require 4.
To him, what's been quite a peculiar contest, it has to be said. Spee frills his arms out in the air in the background. And that's a lovely guide. And he
Game
works
shot
with it.
and the match.
And from 3-0
Shane
down,
Haywood.
Shane Haywood gets the better of Arnie Spee by 4 legs to 3. You can see the dejection on the face of the Dutchman who had raced in front, looked in a great position. Shane Haywood gets over the line. Not happy with the performance, but he'll be happy enough with the result. It moves him back to the top of the table temporarily on 8 points. That's the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. Coming up upon our return, we're going to see Nick Fullwell up against Peter Hudson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
all he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
break of throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Shane Haywood go 2 points clear at the top of the Group C table, getting the better of Arnie Spee by 4 legs to 3. Spee, who was 3-0 up in that contest, but Haywood completing the ultimate comeback here at the Live Lounge in Port. So game 2 sees 2 of the most experienced players, you'd say, in this group going toe-to-toe. Peter Hudson and Nick Fullwell, both players with a plethora of PDC Pro Tour experience, a plethora of World Championship experience. Nick Fullwell's played in World Championships in both codes in 2 different decades, in the PDC in the WDF. That PDC appears in 2009, played in the WDF World Championship back in 2022. The 55-year-old from Stourbridge up against Peter Hudson, the Rock, who isn't playing as much as he did in the past, but the Rock was solid enough, but just couldn't quite get the results that the overall performances maybe deserved at points. He got up to a 4-0 win against Arnie Spee and then rounded off the day with a 4-2 win against Nick Fullwell. It was a 3-game sandwich in the middle where he failed to yield the points.
Every time I see Peter Hudson, I have to give him credit for incredible work he's done on his own physical health. More of a pebble than a rock these days.
First leg, it's Nick to throw first. Game on.
And good to have him here at the Super Series. Good to see both himself and Nick Fullwell in contention to make it through to Saturday night. Did see Nick
60.
in the previous series as well.
And he rallied off that 96-97 in his first game, a 4-0 win against Kieran Teehan. We thought, he's here to play. They put in some other good performances,
40.
had another average 92 against Shane Haywood and a 4-3 success. Actually, in terms of the numbers, it was impressive as anybody. His daily average was the best of anyone, 89.68, but finds himself fifth in the table at the beginning of proceedings on day 2.
21.
But fair to say this is a game that's going to warm up as it goes along.
Yeah, I thought there were moments in his last campaign as well where he looked like he could be brilliant, but it was pretty similar. It was inconsistent throughout from Nick Fullwell.
44.
Would it be fair to say that tour life maybe just took its toll a little bit on Nick Fullwell?
Potentially, yeah. I think maybe
45.
he would have benefited from this kind of thing being around a lot earlier. Just when certain players fell off the tour, I think the same could be said as Peter Hudson as well. There was just nowhere to go, really.
100.
We saw a little bit of Nick, didn't we, in Southampton before he got his tour card. He played the then Live League for a couple of series. I think that was actually through a different qualification system, if memory
45.
serves me correctly, for then getting that tour card. He had success on the WDF circuit when that came back to fruition after COVID. Won at Selsey, or had a good run at Selsey, and then played at the Lakeside
81.
in the April of 2022.
Yeah, it just seemed like a big jump, didn't it? Like you say,
95.
maybe there'd been more of a pathway. Peter Hudson had his moments as a professional player. Some big wins against some big names.
57. $140.
That's much more like it. Fullwell first to leave himself on a finish on 95. How many times do we see a scrappy first leg where neither player can find anything? As soon as one goes, the other follows suit.
99. Nick, you require 95.
It's definitely a leg that both players will want to forget. But they'll be happy enough with it in the leisure. Again, another mistray for Nick.
49.
Leaves himself on 46.
You
So this
require 80.
80 doesn't go for Hudson. One dart at top, so it's probably to be at the right-hand side. He's going to aim at.
60.
Pitch just below.
Nick, you
So
require
Fullwell's going to
46.
return for 46 to take out the opening leg here.
Double 18 becomes double 9.
37. Peter, you require 20.
Well, it's a slow start to this one.
It's only a nervy start to proceedings.
10.
I think everybody in that practice room
Nick, you require
knew exactly
9.
the scenario that everybody was in play. And I think that's part of the reason why we have seen some tentative tungsten throwing at the beginning of the day. Fullwell's on a 9.
Game shot
He
on
gets
first
the
leg.
9.
Nick
He
Fullwell.
leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw
Yeah,
first.
made to work hard
Game
for that
on.
one. Just looking through Peter Hudson's career results. It was only a couple of years ago he stepped in on a
96.
couple of pro tours, beat the likes of Danny Noppert and got the better of Danny Jansen at a World Series qualifier as well.
81.
Does have some decent victories to his name. Dimitri van den Berg, who of course won the Players' Championship event a couple of days ago, also on the hit list of Rock Hudson.
123.
3 wins against John Henderson, who's going to appear here next week. And maybe at some point soon I can remind
140.
Keegan Brown that Hudson beat him in a World Championship qualifier in 2021.
Well, interestingly, you got the winner of 2 of the biggest events outside the PDC toolcard system playing in the same week. John Henderson,
85.
the World Seniors Champion. Andreas Harrison, the reigning Super Series Champion. All you'd need is Bo Greaves and you'd have the full set.
38.
Many meetings between this pair as well. Over the years, they've been able to clash on the Pro Tour and away from the Pro Tour. Of course, the first battle here at the Super Series
82.
yesterday, but that was the 8th time they'd met. And Hudson has tended to get the better of the matches in the games before they arrived here. He was 5-2 to the good.
68. PT require 115.
So level up at 1 apiece. Hudson 6 darts on 115. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye. But it's still an option. Well, it's not now.
$25.
A nice bit of pressure applied there by
134.
Fullwell, who places
PT
himself
require
perfectly on
90.
top, meaning Hudson can't afford any messing around like he had in the previous visit. Double 15. No messing at all.
Game shot on a
No
second
missing.
leg. Peter Hudson.
And it's all square.
1 apiece, and both players still yet
Third
to
leg. It's Nick to throw first.
get into the groove
Game
of
on.
proceedings, it's fair to say.
He gave it the old come on, didn't he? Trying to G himself up there.
100.
Peter Hudson. Get the sense that Fullwell wants this game to flow a little bit more. He's a bit more rhythmic than the Rock, who suddenly is cooking.
140.
The question you will ask as well is what this game potentially could have in terms of effect for the rest of the day for the loser of it.
24.
Because they'll know no matter what happens, they will be left 4 points behind the top 2 because Teehan and Mikkels are to play next. And on the back of a game which hasn't as of yet been
134.
littered with quality, just leaves 1 or 2 things lurking in the back of the mind.
Yeah, and they would have broken Matthew Edgar's rule of 3, won't they? They'd have lost 4 matches at that point.
108.
Mr. Edgar with us up until this point this week. Always sort of uses that as a guide. You can't afford to lose more than 3 games in a Group C. Doesn't always work out that way, but
134.
does a large percentage of the time.
Hudson's seemingly the one that's been
PT
more able
required
just to
93.
switch it on. He has left himself on a 2-darter after 9. He's on for an 11-dart leg. Beef on the ridiculous to the sublime.
75. Nick, you require 116.
Perfectly pitched. And now tops.
96.
Great attempt, but it
BT
doesn't avail him
require
anything.
18.
And Hudson has the opportunity here to break throw and lead.
Double 4. Doesn't
10.
go. And so Fullwell's going to get an opportunity
Nicky
to double 10 to move
require
himself
20.
2-1 in front.
Game shot on the
And double
third
10
leg.
is found
Nick
by
Fullwell.
Fullwell. 2-1 he leads in this contest, halfway towards the victory post.
Fourth leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
That's a 16 dart, much improved from what we saw in legs 1 and 2 respectively. And it
140.
just feels like slowly but surely both players are just getting out of a bit of a rut that they got themselves into early on.
$140.
Well, Fullwell may feel that he could be in an even better position in this game. Put himself in a good position in the leg that he lost. Only to see Hudson, who messed up the
137.
previous visit, take out 90. Said it'd be a close group. We may end up getting close game after close game. 4-3 the opener, despite the
45.
fact that Spee led it 3-0. Shane Haywood came back and won it 4-3.
$60. $83. BT require 164.
So Hudson's got the luxury of time here for the 164 to level up at 2 apiece.
$96.
Job of the last dart, leaves himself on 68. Fullwell back in the distance.
95. PT requires 68.
To square this contest up once more. 13 and tops.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
incrementally
leg.
we're getting
Peter
better.
Hudson.
16 darter in the last leg, 15 darter in this one. Level we are at 2-2.
A couple of nice
Fifth
combos
leg,
as well
it's Nick to
for
throw
Peter
first.
Hudson. He seems to have struggled
Game on.
more in the simple checkouts. Taking out 90 and now 68 to win the 2 legs that he's got.
45.
Peter's looking the more likely of the
100.
two, isn't he?
Yeah, although I'm going to be brutal here. From what I've seen so far, I think that Moreno Michaels and Kieran Teehan are the 2 players going through, and I haven't seen them play yet.
100.
Mystic Murph. Well,
137.
don't have to wait long to see them 2 in action. They'll be playing up next. And actually, it should be said as well for them. Usually when you play your first game of the day, you expect to be coming out around about the time of your scheduled
60.
match. But you've had a couple of long games here, which have been a little bit attritional at times. So they're going to be playing just a little bit behind their scheduled start time, which just changes preparations a little bit for them.
41.
Yeah. Peter really not happy with that visit. An ironic thumbs up.
$36. $140.
Well, that puts Hudson in a good position here. Fullwell now taking his time to approach Yorkie. It's been slowed down to something of a snail fest, this one.
22.
Some would say this is a
PC
Scott
require
Mitchell
83.
type of match. Double 16 for Hudson.
Game shot on
For
the fifth
14
leg.
dart to the
Peter
break of
Hudson.
throw. He leads 3-2 and now has the darts to complete a 4-2 win, just like he did in the meeting
Sixth leg.
between
It's
the
Peter
pair
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
Averaged 88.23 in that contest, 4 from 11 on the doubles. It was a good contest yesterday. This one, both players will be the first to admit, hasn't quite lived up to the billing, but Hudson's really pulled his average on. 86.76 now. That will go down as a result of that particular visit. The last three legs, the 3 legs he's won, the last couple have been in the space of 29 darts.
And he's carried on that run of combo finishes, hasn't he? And 83 to add to the 68 and 90. Oh, well, that's all I can do is laugh. I'm sure you're doing the same at home. Peter Hudson waiting to congratulate Nick Fullwell for the 180 opener in this leg, and Fullwell having
100.
none of it.
If I'm Peter, I'm offering the fist bump out again as he walks back down the hockey.
Well, hang on a minute. Maybe he knew. Maybe don't congratulate me now. Do it at the end of the 9-darter.
It's fair to say this would be the most
100.
unlikeliest 9-darter you'd ever seen.
And the funniest. Won't quite happen. Now, does he offer the rock again?
80.
So the one time he could have gone out and offered him the acknowledgement, he doesn't.
137.
Well, Fullwell has
Nicky
got
requires
business to attend to
61.
still. Won't get the 9-dart finish, but may get the leg. And if he does, he'll have the darts in the decider. That's okay. Good thinking.
21. PT require 120.
But he now has to survive, and Hudson has been taken out. These combinations, this would be the best by far.
For the match. Oh, and he's
No
bust it
score.
by clipping into the treble. The tongue is out.
Nicky require 40.
Well, this is the silliest leg of darts I've seen for some time. Can Fullwell put an end to it?
Game shot on
He
the
does.
6th leg. Nick Fullwell.
Forcing a decider. And now he wants to offer the fist bump. An
7
exasperated
from
Peter
final
Hudson.
leg. It's Nick to throw first. Game on.
Well, he played along, but I'm sure Fullwell doesn't know what he missed earlier on. Now there's a sort of unidentified flying object in front of Fullwell's throw.
I think this is what we call an on the shambles.
55.
Well, what else can happen here?
81.
It's been some of the stuff away from the board that has provided light entertainment, but crucially, Peter Hudson made a huge mistake there, busting that 120. Would have had a dart for the match.
83.
Instead, he's facing Fullwell's throw in the final leg.
And as jovial as it was at the time, how crucial it could be in the end game. And also, you've got to remember
140.
how important this game is as well in terms of the legs difference. If Peter Hudson could have won the match by 4 legs to 2, then his legs difference would have moved on to +3 on 6
100.
points, which is the same amount that Shane Haywood is on at the top of the table. But
140.
he's responded well in this last leg.
I mean, you can bust 140. I've seen it done.
59. PT require 140.
He's got 6 to win this match. He may only need the 3. This time he does want to stay there.
Right, steady on.
100.
Sets it up.
Once bitten, twice shy, and Hudson this time will lead tops after 12.
100.
Hudson not quite beating the Hornet in this
PT
game, but he
require
could provide
40.
the sting in the tail if he could pin this tops.
Game shot.
And that's what
and
he
the
does.
match, Peter Hudson.
Well, there were some strange moments in that match, but in the end, it's a leg of real quality that wins it. A 13 darter from Peter Hudson, who rocks Nick Fullwell in his opener and was good value for it in the end. When you look at the difference in the averages, 88.66 Hudson, 10 points better off than Fullwell in that match. Had a few problems on the doubles, but did take out some decent combos, 68, 83 and that 90 before popping in top for a 13 darter to win it by a margin of 4 legs to 3. Coming up next then, Moreno Michaels takes on Kieran Teehan.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face dominated throughout.
Well, before the break, we saw Peter Hudson win the war. Maybe not the battle. He really wanted to congratulate Nick Fullwell for that maximum. Fullwell wasn't having any of it. And here at the live lounge, that fun moment for The Rock, he maybe took a bit of inspiration for, because he won the game 4-3. And alongside me in commentary is a man here at the Super Series who knows that feeling all too well, don't you, Henry Deacon?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Owen Bates, for giving me a similar moment like that. But all jovial on the hockey, but importantly for Peter Hudson, it puts him on to 6 points. It puts him into second place in the league table. But that's only going to be a temporary measure, because one of Kieran Teehan and Moreno Michaels are going to be joint top of the pile. The Dutchman, 39-year-old from Rotterdam, has played in a grand final here, lost out to Jim McEwen in the jackpot match. It was actually the last Champions Week in which the players played for 20k. Up against Kieran Teehan, the 25-year-old from Cork, former Challenge Tour event.
First leg,
winner of the
it's
High
Moreno
Towers,
to throw
looking
first.
to climb to the heights
Game
for a
on.
third time this week. It will put him in a very elite list of players to have won 3 qualifying weeks here at the Super Series, and at that point you get to become somewhat of a
85.
specialist. Only Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim, Neil Duff and Andreas Harrison have won 3 qualifying weeks, and the most qualifying weekly wins is 4 by
66.
Steve West, but he was unable to play at the last Champions Week, which he qualified for because of surgery. And I know he's on the mend and the road to recovery, and I know his intention is to be back here very
60.
soon, so I hope you're well, Steve.
Well, in terms of this group, currently, after the first couple of matches today, Shane Haywood has 8 points. Peter
59.
Hudson has moved into second spot temporarily, but will be usurped by the winner of this match between Kieran Tim and Moreno Michaels. They're both on 6. Nick Fullwell and Arne Spee left on 4.
60.
And I would have to say, if either were to lose their next match, then we could start to rub them out of the running.
99.
It's felt like a week littered with missed opportunities so far for Kieran Teehan. Had the chance to put himself very much in the equation, very much in the mix in the middle of
140.
Tuesday in Group A. It was tight going into Wednesday, had another opportunity there, but finished 5th in the end in that particular group. But he's hoping that
140.
his fortunes can reverse today.
I know you
But it's
require
Mikkel's first to finish in this
156.
first leg.
100.
Nice
Kieran, you
leave.
require
Meaning Teehan
137.
may have to take this out to break. 57 the first target. May have opted for 2 tops had he found it. Or just set up instead.
97. Moreno, you require 56.
Hits and hopes that Mikkel's cannot pin this tops.
Game shot on the
1-0
first
to
leg.
Mikkel's. In
Moreno
towards the
Mikkel.
top left-hand corner it goes. As far as Moreno's week is concerned, the Monday
Second
and Wednesday
leg.
wouldn't have
Kieran
been
to
to the
throw
level that he
first.
would have liked or he would have
Game on.
expected, but Tuesday was oh so good for him. Being them, each of the top 3 players in the group. Won
60.
4 out of 5 matches on that Tuesday. Beat Kieran Teehan, beat Jess Smith, beat Jim Long. The only defeat that day was to Adam Mould, and that was by a 4-3 scoreline. When it's clicked, it really has clicked for him. He hasn't found it on that
140.
consistent scale that perhaps he would have liked.
Yeah, only one leg won against Teehan in their match yesterday. The Irishman won that 4-1.
85.
But he's one of those players. I think actually you could put both in the same category, whereas start of a week, they never really fancied as the main player, the one who
140.
is the player to beat. But if they get to a finals night, every chance they could win it. You never really see either of them sort of dominate a Group A campaign, for example, but by hook or by crook they seem to get there, and then they're often amongst the contenders, as you mentioned. Teehan, a couple of weekly wins already. Mikkel's a former
96.
grand finalist.
And that was completely under the radar. Both in the week he qualified, he beat Fallon Sherrick in that particular final, and then even at that Champions Week,
133.
you had the likes of Pilgrim,
Moreno,
you had the
require
likes of West there. It was
125.
he who got to the final and lost out to Jim McEwen. And it is he who's looking for the 1-2-5 to double his lead and get the breaker throw, not to be. And so Teehan looking to tee up the
65.
1-2-6.
Kieran, you require 126.
Bullseye would have completed the combo for
Moreno, you
Kieran.
require 60.
Instead, he has to hope that Moreno doesn't tidy up 60, which he can do by landing tops.
20.
Not far away.
Kieran, you require 48.
And so Teehan gets a reprieve to level this game up at 1 apiece. Two in hand,
60.
but cannot convert. And so
you
Mikkels is
require
going to get
40.
another free to break the throw.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that's exactly
Moreno
what he
Mikel.
does. Pops it in tops, 2-0 lead, all going well for the Dutchman right now.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And also, we should talk about the consequence of a big win if Mikkels can win 4-0, 4-1, because his legs difference, despite being the player joint top of the
100.
group, isn't a big one. That's because pretty much every game went tight yesterday. And of course, he lost his first game 4-1 to Shane Haywood, so he's always chasing the tail to a certain extent.
59.
If he can win this by 4 legs to 0, he'd move on to +4 by way of legs difference, which would mean he would get the jump of Shane Haywood.
88. Check 86.
If it is a case of Mikkels winning this game 4-1, then Haywood, because of the legs 1 bracket, would be just ahead of Moreno going into the
99.
second round of fixtures for the day, which you will see Shane in action up against Peter Hudson, who beat Nick Fullwell in our previous game 4-3.
57.
That was a game where if you blinked, you missed a fist bump.
$85.
I think we should get our social media team working on putting that together, the one between Fullwell and Hudson and Teehan and Bates.
I'm sure they got better things to do, Murph. I'm sure they got better
58.
things to do.
Problem was that Owen was looking straight at you when he snubbed your offering. At least Fullwell had his back turned.
100. $58. Kieran, you require 158.
Well, Teehan missed the 158 yesterday. Here the 2 treble 20s for
98.
grazing the double
Moreno,
19.
you require
He's
142.
himself on 60 if this 142 doesn't go. Being for the break back as well for
80.
Kieran. It would turn the match
Kieran,
to
you
throw. He'd have
require
the darts
60.
to square the contest up at 2 apiece. Tops is what he wants. Now double 10.
50.
But he can't see he hasn't had
Moreno, you
opportunities,
require
Kieran Teehan. He's now
62.
missed 5 at a double.
Just not happening, is it, on the outer ring? And Mikkels will be hoping to take full advantage. And he
Game
does.
shot on the third leg.
Really
Moreno
good stuff from him.
Mikel.
3 from 5 compared to 0 from 5. And now Moreno leads 3-0.
Fourth flag. It's Kieran to throw
And this
first.
feels like such a typically
on.
Moreno Mikkels performance in the respect of it's just efficient, isn't it? It hasn't had to be spectacular. It hasn't been spectacular. But what he's been doing is enough to pick
45.
off legs at a decent enough standard.
Yeah, taking his chances, showing that experience.
60.
Of course, he was around long before many of the players that graced the stage, particularly the likes of Kieran Teehan. Played some Pro Tour stuff
59.
more than a decade ago. And didn't have bad teachers around him. Used to sit on a table with the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Vincent van der Voort, Jelle Klaassen.
99.
Played in 3 World Championships in his career, and he incrementally got better with every single turn. His first appearance, he lost 3-0 in the first round to Paul
97.
Hogan, then lost 3-1 in the first round in 2010 to John Henderson. Then in his last World Championship appearance in the PDC, lost 3-2 to John Part.
60.
So if you're following that particular trend, if luck would have it, if he appears at the World Championship again, he'll win 3 sets to 2.
All those players you mentioned, of course, have since graced this Super Series stage as well.
60.
Has won stuff as well.
100.
Has been a long time. He did sort of burst onto the scene and hasn't sort of backed it up, but won the French Open back in 2008, the Holland Open
60.
in 2009. Played in the Dutch Open this year, lost out to Thomas Youngens in the last 32.
85.
Apologies, actually. Oh yeah, that was this year. Last year he got to the last 16 and beaten by Andy Bartons, of course, who's now a PDC Tour card holder.
Reigning WDF
60.
World Champion until
Reina, you
December.
require 97.
This is for the match. This is for a 4-0 win. A 4-0 win which will stretch him to the top of the table temporarily on legs difference.
57.
By just a solitary leg.
Kieran, you require 120.
Well, it's been 4-3, 4-3 so far. Kieran Teehan ain't going to keep that prospect alive. And the way
43.
this game has gone,
Reina, you require
you would
40.
expect Mikkels to pin this tops.
Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go, and Kieran Teehan
Kieran,
gets
you
one
require 77.
last reprieve.
And should get at least one dart at double, but would have been thinking he should be in a better spot than this. That helps. 2 darts. Misses both.
67.
Was that
Reina,
the last
you
chance?
require 20.
Double 10 to eventually seal a 4-0 win. And Mikkels will move to the summit
Reina
with a
Mikkels.
4-0 victory against Kieran Teehan. It was an efficient performance, it's fair to say, from the Dutchman, doing what he needed to do at the important times and sealing the win there. Kieran Teehan had his chances, had his opportunities, missed 7 darts at a double in that particular contest, but it is Mikkels who runs off a 4-0 victor. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the beginning of round 2 with 2 victors from the first round going toe-to-toe. Peter Hudson taking on Shane Haywood.
So, Hudson Haywood, the 4th game of the day. Both players have come through their opening matches successfully. Peter Hudson beating Nick Fullwell in the last leg decider. Shane Haywood coming from 3-0 down to beat Arne Spee in the same 7-leg fashion. And that means that Haywood is level on points with the most recent winner, the most emphatic winner as well, Moreno Michels, who beat Kieran Teehan 4-0 before the break there. They're both on 8 points at the top of the table, occupying those provisional qualifying spots. Peter Hudson hot on their heels on 6, along with Kieran Teehan. And a victory for Hudson against Haywood here would see them swap places. May actually even see Hudson climb to the top of the table, depending on the margin of that win.
Which is incredible when you think at the beginning of the day, Peter Hudson was occupying bottom spot in the table.
First
but
leg,
when you have
Peter
2 points between
first.
every single player going into the second and final day of a Group C, anything is up for interpretation. And if we're perfectly honest, we're still none the wiser. The table fairly uniform. The top 2 players, Michels and Haywood, on 8 points. Hudson and Teehan, 3rd and 4th, on 6 points respectively. Fullwell and Spee, the bottom 2 on 4.
21.
So for Haywood and Michels, if they can win their games in this particular round, they can stretch a lead, particularly when you consider who they're facing. Michels taking on Fullwell, he'll eliminate
83.
him from contention pretty much. And if Haywood could beat Hudson, then he keeps the rock at bay.
$100.
Neither player really performed incredibly well in their first
41.
win today, but I would probably say that Hudson was the better performer of the two and would give him the edge going into this one, particularly the way he closed out the game with that 13-dart leg against Nick Fullwell, a match that had a few bizarre moments in it, including a
32.
A bust of 120 by Hudson in the same leg, in which the Rock had offered the fist bump to his opponent, who completely blanked him.
140.
We watched it back and it doesn't look like Nick noticed. Part of me thinks he knew full well.
134.
And no, I'm not going to apologise for that.
Well, Hudson
100.
actually in that game put in the best performance of the day. The first couple of legs were, fair to say, a little bit suspect, but towards the line, legs of 14 and 13 in there for Hudson to seal
59.
that success in a
Shane, you
last
require
leg decider. There was
137.
moments of quality. It's just about putting it together throughout the full course. Haywood looking for the 137. It'll be the first Tub Plus checkout of the day. It's not going to go, and so Hudson's going to get a chance at 155 to save throw.
97.
So Haywood tees up tops.
155.
And he will return to take aim at it for an early break.
60. Shane, you require 40.
For the break of throw to move 1-0 to the goods. Haywood's on the
shot on the
board and
first
he's got this
leg.
game
Shane
at his
Haywood.
mercy. 16 darter to kickstart proceedings. He looks not just
Second
solid, but he
leg.
just looks
It's
so
Shane to throw
focused, doesn't he,
first.
Shane?
Game on.
Certainly, in line with what he was saying, just seemed to have learned lessons from last time he was here. Shane Haywood, I mean, he was explosive when he first appeared here,
81.
164 in his very first leg, didn't he? To win that leg.
And it say a lot about the progression of Shane as a player. If the first time he used it as experience, came back again as a ADC qualifier and could qualify through
59.
to Saturday night's final. We speak so often about progress, and it doesn't have to be the way that Luke Little has just suddenly come to stardom. It can be attainable over a course of time and real achievable
100.
milestones over a course of time. And for Shane, if he can come back here a second time, qualify for finals, he's making real good progress. Look at somebody like Adam Lipscomb, for example, who it took a little while
100.
to get things right here at the Super Series. It took him to his 5th, 6th attempt to qualify for a Saturday. Went out in the group on his first Saturday night, then made it through to a semi-final in his second appearance.
54.
Sometimes it doesn't all have to be in one go. Sometimes it is the steady route to progression. That is the best route towards progression.
Well, last time Haywood was here, he picked up
108.
10 points as he collects 180 points from that visit. He would get there by winning this match. So already he would have equalled the points tally from his Group C campaign
42.
on his debut in the previous
Shane, you
series.
require 81.
2-0, and he has got time. Double 12 for a 5-visit leg. This
Game
is
shot
real
on the
good stuff
second
from Shane
leg.
Haywood.
Shane
This-
Haywood.
An average of 96.97 towards what could well be the halfway point of the match.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game
Just
on.
referencing that previous visit as well. That was also in a group similar to this, where actually he was only 2 points away from going through. Jensen Walker got through on 12 in second place. Remarkably, in that group, of all the players that were in it, Jim McEwen, former
82.
champion of an entire series, he finished 5th in that group. Ivo Lexman, Jensen Walker, Michael Huntley and Shane Haywood all above him.
121.
I do think when Jim McEwen does come back in this series, I think I'm going to see a better version of him. I think after winning the title, I think he's got a little bit of unfinished business about the way the defence went in these subsequent
134.
campaigns.
$140.
This is solid stuff from Shane Haywood. More than that, in fact. He's averaging 102.41 at this point in the game. That is streets ahead
100.
of anything we've seen in this group.
Well, to put it in perspective, so far this afternoon, with the 6 recorded averages we've had, only one of them have been above the 80 mark, and that was
54.
Hudson's 88.66. It's been a nervy start to proceedings.
Hudson 10 points worse than that. Haywood 10 points better than that.
170.
And it was too good.
The one time you don't want the 170. Means he's going to have to spurn a dart upon his return.
100.
Maybe with that last dart there,
PC
ensures he's going to be on a
15.
2-darter. If Hudson cannot take out the 15, he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 4.
Game shot on a
For
third
14
leg.
darter,
Peter
and to bring it
Hudson.
back to 2-1. Incrementally, this match is getting better. 16 in the first, 15 in the second,
Fourth flag.
14
It's
in the
Shane to throw
third.
first. Game on.
Hudson can't find any real consistency today. He's, of course, won his opening match, but he's having all of the best legs of the day. But
60.
if you look at his average at the end of games, it also means he's having the worst legs as well. 13 darter to win the previous match, a 14 darter to win that leg.
100.
Finishing has been pretty much spot on.
Well, they both visit perfect because even that miss for Shane Haywood, he missed the double 12 with
82.
dart 1, but then found it with dart 2 to win his second leg of the match. And it was something that Matthew Aker, who's been in the commentary box all week, has been a big talker about when he sits in the booth, is about
123.
visit functionality, that sometimes the double stats can be a guide, but maybe not a true reflection as to how a player finishes, because when Bo Greaves won her week here, even though her doubling stats may read, for example, a 4 from 7,
30.
she would always find the double in the visit in which she had that attempt.
$60. $95.
Well, Hudson here has the darts and taken the darts from Haywood to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
36.
Well, he had time on his side, but slowly but surely, Haywood's back in the leg.
60.
Well, Hudson remains favourite to win this leg and therefore tie the game up at 2-2. A maximum here would leave double one.
100.
82 will do.
$134.
Excellent setup
BT
there from
require
Haywood to
82.
leave himself on tops, forcing Hudson to take out the 82 to get the break back. It's double 16.
$50. Shane, you
Good
require
work.
40.
In not only setting up his own shot, but in doing so, putting pressure on Peter. He's put some pressure on the top wire there.
Game shot on the
Despite
fourth
making the
flag.
double
Shane
slightly
Haywood.
smaller, he still found it and made his lead slightly bigger, 3-1.
Fifth flag. It's Peter to throw first.
Well, we spoke about
Game
visit
on.
functionality in this game. That's the first time a player wasn't visit perfect on the doubles with Peter Hudson, and he was punished for it. Now phone to stay in the contest.
100.
Haywood could move on to 10 points in the group with a win. There is a possibility that everything falls into Shane's favour here, depending on the
100.
results of the next couple of matches. Because if Arnie Spee and Nick Fullwell can spring surprises to Kieran Teehan and Morena Michels respectively, Haywood would be top of the table on 10 points with Michels on 8 points and everybody else
96.
stranded down on 6 points respectively. He would have a 4-point gap from third. Remember, the top two go through this group. And after that, the players would only have 6 points left to play for. So
100.
effectively, Haywood would be on the hill.
Yeah, I also mentioned earlier that probably the better two players in the group on paper are Michels and Teehan, and he doesn't have to play
81.
either of those till his last two fixtures. So getting it done early could be the order of the day for Shane Haywood.
66.
You see the scoring power pack there. Hudson's doing all of his damage in the ton plus column.
100.
And another ton there. Leans himself on a finish. 1-2-4 after 12 to bring it back to 3-2. Haywood does have the insurance policy, of course, that if Hudson wins this leg, he can
PT
serve it out in the
require
next.
124.
14 segment. No, wrong segment. Went treble chasing, and in doing so denied himself a dart at the bullseye. And may have denied himself a dart
92.
to stay in the match.
Shane, you require 130.
Well, Haywood's big finishes this week have been on the bullseye, the 1-2-1 and the 1-6-1, and he may need the ball here. He's found the trouble with dart 2, and so the ball for the match and a 130 out. A haymaker
shot
from
and the
Haywood
match.
as he
Shane
moves on
Haywood.
to 10 points in the group. He gets the better with Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 1, and the Rock is in trouble. And this time he does get the handshake from his opponent. Well, Haywood knew that at the beginning of the day he was top of the pile, and he is stretching that advantage furthermore. 2 victories to begin the day. A 4-1 success against Peter Hudson with the best performance of the day so far. A 93.04 average. 4 from 6 on the doubles, and finished off with that 130 checkout. The first ton plus checkout we've seen so far today. Coming up after the break, we're going to be watching Arnie Spee in action up against Kieran Teehan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Shane Haywood sent down a statement for the rest of the field, getting the better of Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 1, averaging 93.04, 4 from 6 on his doubles, a 130 checkout to complete the job as well. And he now moves on to 10 points at the top of the table, puts himself in a very handy position ahead of this battle between Arnie Spee and Kieran Teehan, the two tall fellas going toe-to-toe on the hockey. And these two are in desperate search of a win. Kieran Teehan could move level on points with Marina Mikkels on 8 and level on points with second position, although no margin of victory be good enough to see him actually go into that particular position. Whereas for Arnie Spee, you get the sense that he is now entering last chance saloon if he's going to qualify for tomorrow night's final. Currently at the bottom of the pile, just 4 points to his name, just a couple of victories to his name. Loses this one, he'd be 4 points adrift of Marina Mikkels ahead of his match against Nick Fullwell, with just 6 points for him left to play for. And of course, Mikkels can still move on to 10 points in this round of fixtures if he beats the man from the Midlands.
125.
Well, the picture
140.
continues to become a little bit clearer. And these next two games, as Henry just alluded to, will be
97.
ones that will provide clarity as to how many runners are in the race. I have to say over for Fullwell and Spee if they do lose games 5 and 6.
177.
Well, it's a weird dynamic in the respect that if Spee and Fullwell win them games, then from second downwards again, there's just
66.
a couple of points between them. But
Here you require
if
84.
Teehan and Mikkels can win, then it feels like it's just a 4-horse race for 2 spots. And Teehan getting off to a quick start.
52.
He's going to leave himself
You
on
require 153.
32 upon his return. Decided to stay in the 16s with Spee not on a finish. Is he going to be punished for that? Is he going to be punished?
170.
Almost was.
Kieran, you require 32.
Now, we did see Spee really lose it in his first game because he reacted to a mistake. He lost every leg from that point, having mismatched darts. Oh, wow.
No score. Arnie, you require 36.
That was like a pinball machine rejecting that dart.
Well, this is an unexpected chance for Arnie, which he can't take advantage of.
Kieran, you require 32.
Well, Teehan left the 32. He gambled on Arnie not being able to take out the 153. He's already missed a visit full at that double, and eventually gets over the line. He gets the break, and he tells that double 16, why are you only just working for me now? A shake of the head, but he gets the break.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
And you can see that the body language of Spee's head is literally down, just staring at the floor. I just get the sense that there is an awful lot of negativity swimming around the mind of the Dutchman. And if Kieran Teehan can sense that, he might well put him away in double quick time in this one.
26.
Well, I'm intrigued that Kieran decided to go with that play. It worked out in the end, but Arnie's been, of anybody, the one firing the biggest finishes of the week. He had a 155 on Monday. He had the big fish yesterday. But now it is 55. The Irishman making all the running in this particular contest. Averaging 95.
The maximum.
180.
Maximum for Kieran Teehan. First of the fixture. To leave Spee a long, long way behind in
11.
leg 2.
Kieran, you require 124.
When he doesn't get much closer after that visit.
Well, if Teehan took out the 124, it would have been one of those rare occasions where a player would have won the leg and his opponent would have been stuck in the 400s. Well, he's not going to be stuck there now, is he?
But again, the reaction mid-visit, he's reacting.
Kieran, you require 79.
Just think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Spee when he watches this back. Could maybe take a leaf out of Bradley Roos's book from last week, who totally turned his week around after something of 59. A sulky start, shall we say, and he changed his mindset and the outcomes changed.
Well, it was a bit like that with his first appearance. I remember being in the commentary box with Chris Mason, and we were
require
talking about
20.
similar facts that what we're seeing from this particular game. And actually, Bradley analytically
Game
looked at
shot on
those
the
games as
second
Teehan
leg.
moves 2
Kieran
to the
Teehan.
good and used that to progress him as a player. And look what he's achieved ever since.
Third leg, it's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
But this is a dream come true for Arnie. He spends his days when he's not
60.
playing at the Super Series, watching the Super Series. Day by day, he makes sweets for famous high street brands.
100.
Probably those sweets that we've bought for in the middle of the sessions. He's probably made some of them.
100.
Put it this way, he has a tang-fastic job.
I'll let you off.
97.
A display of deflation
30.
once again from Arnie. I think he can feel it slipping away, can't he?
100.
It's almost as if someone's put a pin in the balloon and the bubbles just popped. And credit to
99.
Kieran Teehan, he's not giving away any signs of sympathy. He's just going about and doing his job.
$55.
I was from Cork, and he told me, we were having a conversation the other day, and we were talking about the most famous people from Cork, and he said, about any shadow of a doubt, Roy Keane.
95. Kieran, you require 149.
Looking for a corker here. Not going to get it, so Spee will get the opportunity to just give himself some confidence with a nice ton-topping
Arnie, you
checkout.
require
But he's going to need it.
117.
You get the sense this is now or never for Arnie. Triple 19 would have left him tops, and so Teehan back for 32 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
29.
You put him a leg away from victory, but you get the
Kieran,
sense
you
that
require
psychologically
32.
he'd be oh so close to the finishing post as well, because it looks like Spee's a little bit dejected in the background.
Well, it goes back to his starting position, suggesting he's got a clear look at double 8.
16.
But he fails to find
Arnie,
it, so
you
there is
require
one more
88.
chance. 18. And the ball.
63.
Close, but no cigar.
Kieran, you require 16.
Those are scraps that Spee has been getting in this game, and so Teehan to finally kill this leg off.
Game shot on the
Finds the
third
double 8
leg.
to lead
Kieran
3-0.
Teehan.
The scoring phase of the game for Kieran has been fairly good, but 3 from 10 on the doubles. It's just
Fourth leg, it's
presented
Kieran to
one
throw
or two
first.
openings for Arnie. He's
Game
missed
on.
5 darts at a double. Both players head down. Now it's darts up. Arnie doing the walk of shame, it looked like there.
Do you know where the phrase close but no cigar comes from?
100.
Enlighten me.
Well, actually, simple as this. You know when you go to the fair and you do things like throw darts and you win a massive teddy bear? Originally used to win cigars.
180.
So the person working behind the fairground, when you narrowly missed what you were going for, would say close but no cigar.
95.
Fair to say that fairground rides have gone a bit more PG since then.
100.
19s here for Kieran Teehan. Mayhew's ball.
171.
Knew he didn't need to. Had he found the single 19, wouldn't be on a finish, but having found the treble,
28.
he is.
Kieran, you require 135.
He's got 6 from here to take out the match 4-0. Continues his perseverance on the
95.
19s, and it's going to tee him up tops after 12. And a 4-0 win will move him on to 8 points and +2 in the legs difference.
100.
Effectively, he'll
Kieran,
be
you
back on
require
par
40.
following a 4-0 defeat to Moreno Michels in his first match of the session.
Game shot and the
Teehan
match.
takes it
Teehan.
in straight legs. A 4-0 victory for the Irishman that sends Spee effectively crashing out of Group C. Too big a task for him now, but Teehan has taken himself right in contention, level on points with Moreno Michels, who's back in action next. He faces Nick Fullwell. Welcome back to the action here at the Modus Super Series, where we have maybe just seen the end of the road for Arne Spee, and we could see the same for Nick Fullwell here. Spee has now lost 5 games, is on 4 points, only 3 to play, and he can only get to 10, which is where Moreno Michels will get if he beats Fullwell, and Nick would be in the same sorry position. Can he stop that happening? Or will Michels get the job done and join Shane Haywood at the top of the table? We'll find out over the best of 7 legs. And after this, all of the players would have
First
played
leg,
7.
it's Nick to throw first.
And we'll know
Game on.
pretty well how many runners there are in the race for the top 2 to make it through to finals night, where, of course, Jeff Smith, the Canadian, is waiting.
You get the sense this is a significant game
64.
in the context of how this group is going to lay. Moreno Michels wins this match, then we're a little bit closer to knowing. He'd be on 10 points, same as Shane Haywood. Kieran Teehan would be just behind
85.
on 8 points. Peter Hudson would keep himself on the periphery on 6 points, but he'd have to do something special for the rest of the day. He'd have to win all 3 matches and hope for slip-ups elsewhere to make it through. Fullwell and Spee can make their plans for heading home. But if Nick Fullwell can win this particular match, he'd be on 6 points in the group.
96.
And then you'd have Teehan and Michels on 8 with Hudson on 6 and Haywood on 10 points, who would have the opportunity in his next game against Nick
41.
Fullwell to get the job done.
94. 45.
Well, it was a strange first game for Nick Fullwell. Lost out 4-3 to Peter Hudson in that affair, which saw him denying the Peter Hudson fist bump. As for Moreno, well, he wasn't at his best, but he was clinical enough when he needed to be, and a 4-0 success against Kieran Teehan, and he could make it 5-0 in terms of next one for the day if he could take out this 86.
Which he might do. Very neatly indeed, and does do very neatly indeed. 2-darter for a 14-throw leg. And a break.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
To take the lead.
Game on.
Nick knows the position is perilous.
$60.
Do give us your thoughts in the chat on YouTube. Who you think will be making it through? Who do you think will win the week? Yes, Jeff
81.
Smith, the Group A winner. But Jim Long looked very, very good. Not just in Group B, but all week long. If you pardon the unintentional pun.
I actually think the more this has gone along, I think the more Jeff Smith's become a bigger and bigger favourite in my mind to win this week. And that's about him throwing a dart for a couple of days.
81.
I remember being with Phil Bars on Monday morning, and we were talking about the possibilities for this week, and we were kind of at a mutual agreement that maybe the two Canadians could well be the final. Them two could well be the two to beat in the field.
100. Moreno, you require 170.
I wonder if anything that happens today might change that opinion. Let us know yours, but we are seeing in Mikkels himself, one player really start to strut his stuff in this group.
100.
Opportunity for others to do the same tonight. Make sure you're with us from 10 PM to see the conclusion of Group B. Treble 18 would leave the ball. Finds the next door neighbour. Allows Fullwell a pot shot at 139.
Nick, you require 100.
It's an outside scrap, but it's a scrap at the table he's going to have to eat up. He's not going to pin it, and so Mikkels is going to come back for the 72 to lead by 2-0. Be halfway towards the finishing post.
121.
Left itself on double 9 in the end.
But
that could well be academic. Remember, Mikkels still yet to lose a leg today.
And gets a dart tops.
32.
So it's all he's needed, but on this occasion, Fullwell does 18. Come back. Having left an awkward double, he attacks it, but then misses the big number.
Moreno, you require 40.
How many times have we seen that problem rear its ugly head today across the field? There's no problem for Mikkels. He pins the tops to lead 2-0.
A bit of carelessness in a couple of
Third leg,
consecutive visits from
Game on.
Nick Fullwell, one with the maths and then one with the execution.
140.
So it's 6 straight legs won today for Moreno.
Nick Fullwell must be thinking, how did I play so well yesterday, but today things just haven't fallen? He would have been perturbed enough about the points tally in correlation to the performances that he put in. Okay, he's upped it to about 85 here, but Mikkels has seemingly had just too much so far in this encounter.
60. $60.
Yeah, just not happening for him, and you can see that evident in his expression. Well thrown darts, but none of them locating the treble 20.
60.
Lucky for him in this leg, the same can be said for his opponent.
100.
And suddenly he's awoken. And suddenly there is pressure on this 101 for Nick Fullwell.
Nick, you require 101.
Well, it might be
49.
300 points
Moreno,
cleaned
you
up in
require
6
120.
to snatch the leg away. Can't do it.
50. Nick, you require 52.
Half the arrears. 2 darts at tops. Cannot be
14.
converted. If
Moreno,
anything,
you
they're
require
closer to the other
70.
side, and so Mikel's back for 70. He's already had a pop finish so far in this game with the 86. He's going to add the
It's on
70 to the
third
collection
leg. Moreno
to get the
Mikel.
double break and lead 3-0. He's a leg away here from back-to-back 4-0 wins,
Fourth
which will
leg.
put
It's Moreno
him
to throw
top of the
first.
table.
Game on.
Fullwell wondering where it's all gone wrong. For this man, it's all going right. Every single leg he's played, he's won.
60.
Following this, Teehan against Hudson, and you'd start to think that if Teehan won that one, then the rock would be rolling down the hill as well.
24.
What it would mean if Teehan can win that next game is, with Haywood and Mikel still to play in the next round of
140.
fixtures, the top 3 players will all be on 10 points. And they say a lot, don't they, in golf, and particularly at major championships, about being the clubhouse
77.
leader, being the player that is top of that leaderboard after their round's been completed. Well, if Teehan can put himself level on points with the co-leaders, he's applying that pressure on them as they go to the hockey.
119.
Yeah, good opportunity for him.
72.
Knowing, of course, that he still has to play Haywood, and so does Moreno. I'm still sticking with it, even though Shane is the man
140.
at the moment on the most points. I still think that it probably will be Mikel's and Teehan for me.
Well, this is
60.
for back-to-back
Moreno, you
4-0
require
wins
42.
to kickstart his day. He's been unassailable. He's been untouchable.
10.
But he hasn't climbed to the top of the summit just yet. Now, Fullwell has tended to stay stubborn on the 20s, and he does so again there.
58. Moreno, you require
And so
32.
Mikel's to complete another 4-0 rout. Double 7 leads double 9. Has got plenty
14.
of time.
Yeah, all Fullwell can do is hit and hope, and this is only to get a leg to his name.
85. Moreno, you
Options.
require 18.
Attacks it,
Game
nails
shot
it,
and the match.
wins it,
Moreno Mikel.
and does it without losing a leg. Hasn't lost a leg all day. It's back-to-back 4-0 wins for Moreno Mikel's. A victory that sees the Dutchman catapult himself to the top of the table. Fullwell restricted to just 3 darts at double in that game, as Mikel's carries on this perfect start to the day. He'll be back in action in a few games' time against Arne Spain, an all-Dutch duel. Fullwell will return to take on Shane Haywood, but before that, Kieran Teehan is back in action against Peter Hudson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanowski.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds of play on this Friday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen so far, and it's been so far so good for Marina Michels and Shane Haywood. They were the co-leads at the beginning of the day. They both won 2 from 2, and it means it is them two that are top of the pile. Teehan is the man who's applying the most pressure in behind on 8 points, and he can move to 10 points for a victory in this game against Peter Hudson. It would effectively end any chance the Rock has of qualifying. I mean, there'd be 3 co-leaders at the top of the table ahead of Michels' game against Arnie Spee and Shane Haywood's game against Nick Fullwell. So this is our 7th game of the session as we reach the halfway point of proceedings on this Friday afternoon. Don't forget, we are back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Group B culminates. Jim Long is just a victory away from progressing his way through to Saturday night's finale and join his fellow Canadian compatriot Jess Smith in doing so. But it's a battle of England and the Republic of Ireland at the beginning of the middle round of matches for the day, and it is game on or game over as far as Peter Hudson's concerned.
Yep, certainly seems that way. And he played all right in patches in his
first leg. It's Kieran to throw first
over Nick Fullwell in the first game, but was really taken apart by Shane Haywood in his second. Kieran Teehan has also had contrasting performances. Couldn't have had more contrasting results. A 4-0 defeat to Marina Michels and then
60.
A 4-0 win over Arnie Spee.
And 2 conflicting performances as well, it has to be said. Teehan averaged 78.5 in that opening defeat to Marina Michels, but then
36.
responded with a average of quite literally just under 92.5 in that 4-0 win against Arnie Spee. But that's kind of been the story of Kieran Teehan's week. In the pressure matches, he hasn't really been able to find his best. But in those games where there is a glimmer of an opening but not that much pressure applied, he's been able to find his best stuff.
100.
But I think this year's been a really intriguing year for Kieran. I think when he came here and he won that second week, as we see a Robin Hood there.
79.
I think he was in a position where he was a little bit of a crossroads in his career when he played in that Group B and then won the week. But by winning that week, he puts his name back on the pedestal again. And I think he's just trying to find the right thing that clicks for him as he enters the second half of 2024.
Yeah, good player. Maybe one of those players for whom success came too soon.
95.
You just expect it to carry on, but nothing in life is linear. I think this group actually is a good example of that.
58. Kieran, you require 167.
Got a big finish in front of him. No need to take it out. But he'll want to take a chunk out of it, and that helps.
81.
How many times in the setup play today has that treble 19 come to the rescue of Kieran Teehan? It did a few times against Arnie Spee in his previous match. Leaves himself on 86 to take out the first leg, and there's going to be a necessity to take it out because Hudson is going to leave himself on tops for the break of foe if Teehan cannot pin, and it may just be a dart at the bullseye for the Irishman.
Double 7 instead.
72.
Wild and wide, and
BT
Hudson will
require 40.
take aim at tops. Really are in one of those matches, or he's in one of those matches where it's win or bust, really. 2 10s.
Game shot on the
Finds it.
first leg. Peter Hudson.
Yeah, because a victory would actually see him go level on points with Teehan, and only 2 off the top 2. But
Second
defeat,
leg. It's Peter to throw
and he's
first.
4 points off the top
Game on.
3, which is an enormous margin when you've only got a couple of games left to play.
And there's such an interesting dynamic as well in the next 2 games where you have the top 2 against the bottom 2. Effectively, from here on
93.
in, Nick Fullwell and Arnie Spee is playing for the rest of the field.
Fullwell plays Shane Haywood next, and then Spee takes on Moreno, who
100.
could very conceivably be 12 for none after that in terms of legs. The way that Spee's played, he's lost his last 8 legs. Moreno Mikkels has won his last 8
134.
legs.
If Kieran doesn't qualify through to tomorrow night's final, he'll see this as a big opportunity miss. He had a chance in Group A. He came into this Group C as one of the fancied favourites to go on and get out of the group. He put himself in a good position overnight,
60.
but hasn't been able to truly take advantage of it as of yet. Had a dart to win leg 1, and he should get another dart here to win leg 2, and this time Peter Hudson does get acknowledged.
He does enjoy a 180, doesn't he, from his opponent, Peter Hudson?
100. Kieran, you require 81.
And that 180 left 81.
Double 12 would have been forward 12.
69.
And Hudson's got an opportunity
BT
here
require
to
114.
stretch his lead. 114 for 2-0. He's going to get a dart. Tops.
74. Kieran, you require 12.
So for parity and the break back, double 6.
Cannot buy a double so far. Missed 7 in his game against Mikkels. He's now missed 5 in this contest.
Well, maybe last
6.
phase he was moving to the left and
BT
Pete Hudson was
require
going with him,
40.
behind him. If he just stayed where you were, Pete, he'd have had a clear sight. He has a clear sight of tops and has some
Game shot on
daylight
the
between himself
second
and Kieran
leg.
Teehan,
Peter
who's
Hudson.
missed half a dozen darts here, and Hudson leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Kieran
It's a
to
2-0
throw
scoreline
first.
in the favour of Peter
Game on.
Hudson that could and probably should be in the other direction. Teehan's teeing up opportunities, but has been able to
38.
convert as Kieran.
Not only, you mentioned Teehan's weekly win last time out, not only did he get through to Champions Week, but he did it as one of the Group A players, meaning his average was one of the 6 highest
47.
of the Series 7 winners. Finished bottom of Group A in the end, and then fell out of the race for finals night in Group C.
94.
Hoping to avoid the same scenario this week.
Yeah, now it's a strong Champions Week. In my opinion, I think that probably the second strongest we've ever seen. I think the only one that would eclipse that was probably Series 4, because you had Littler, You had Barry
45.
Van Peer, top of the challenge tournament. You had Andy Bolton, who was doing some great stuff. Steve West, who was banging form at that particular time. So to even be a part of that cast was showing where
97.
Kieran's game is developing. For a second time, his second win really in his career.
Yeah, the finals night that night was Van Peer, West, Reese Robinson,
100.
Colin Osborne, of course, the runner-up. Jerome Mayock, maybe the joker in the pack, and Luke Littler himself. What became of him, eh?
Yeah, Jerome, one of those players that, because of work and because of his
60.
job, isn't really able to play as often as perhaps he and we would like to see him play. But if he was able to put a number of hours on the board, I think there's a player there that could really mix it. I mean, with the elite end of the sport. He's a top player, as Jerome, and a consistent player with that.
And on that week, he won
41.
that Group A that featured West, Littler, Robinson, Van Peer and Bolton. Well, that was an incredible performance to top that group.
140.
Yeah, I remember that very well. He beat Luke Littler all 3 days. The only three defeats he had in that group, Jerome, was against Steve West.
Well, 98 would leave a finish.
134. Kieran, you require
134.
72.
Halves the score.
Tops.
32.
Again fails to
BT
convert, and he
require
hopes he isn't punished as
134.
royally as at any point in this contest.
Well, this could start to get a little desperate for Kieran Teehan in this match. Hudson was hunting down the treble 14, couldn't find
94.
it, but does apply
Kieran, you require
the
40.
perfect amount of pressure on Teehan here, who's already missed 7 darts at double in this game.
And has now had multiple darts to win every single leg of this contest. And he
20.
still cannot find that elusive
BT
chalk on the
require
board.
40.
And Hudson can step in for a 3-0 lead.
Story of the game. Teehan misses. Hudson hits. But can he hit this time? He doesn't like the lie. It was so close, it's made it more difficult, which is one of the sort of strange quirks of this game. A near miss can be worse than a miss by miles. And that proved to be the
30.
case for Hudson there.
Kieran, you require 20.
But we should whisper the word miss in the direction of Kieran Teehan. Just setting himself in the background, just trying to steady himself. And sometimes
shot on the
steady wins the
third leg.
race. And
Kieran Teehan.
Teehan eventually on the board. Peter Hudson's just going to fist
Fourth
bump
leg,
everywhere he
it's Peters
goes,
to
doesn't
throw
he?
First.
Well, it is
Game
called
on.
The Rock. Maybe someone should respond with either paper or scissors. Someone hit a
55.
9-dart finish against Peter Hudson. His knuckles wouldn't be able to take anymore.
Thing is, I can just imagine if someone like Matthew Edgar was on that stage, Edgar would go back and do the fist bump every turn in return.
98.
He's just a happy, respectful fellow, is our Peter.
$76.
In fact, he has had 9 darters
135.
hit against him. 3 of them. Phil Taylor doing one back in 2012. Mencius Suljevic in 2021 in Bolton hitting one against him.
58.
Also, Kevin Thomas at a UK Open qualifier. Also has one to his name himself, Peter Hudson. Hit that against Darryl Gurney in Dublin at a Players' Championship event.
60.
So how many fist bumps is that?
Well, it depends on the circumstance of it, because he may be one of those players
83.
that fist bumps him at the start, after the 9 dart is hit, goes back to the drinks table, tries to fist bump him again. And if it's before the last leg decider, then I'm completely confused.
60.
Teehan again, first to a finish in a leg. But this time Hudson could leave it the more handy of the two. But he knows there was an opportunity there. And that single 5 has cancelled it out.
45. Kieran, you require 148.
Is Teehan going to turn it around then now? This will be some way to go about it.
134.
Good attempt, but it does leave him on an awkward double. Hudson would be well advised to apply some pressure.
We say awkward double. They've all been awkward for Kieran Teehan in this contest.
That is true. Only 1 from
30.
12.
Kieran, you require 14.
No massive amount of pressure applied.
To be honest, the pressure's on himself
Game
not to
shot on
miss
the
any
fourth
more, and he
flag.
hasn't.
Kieran
And some
Teehan.
2-0 down. Teehan has squared this contest up at 2 apiece, but conceivably speaking, he could have been shaking the hand of Peter Hudson, a 4-0 victor.
Fifth leg. It's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $59. $140.
Hudson today, in terms of his scoring power, hasn't really dealt much in the big scoring columns. He's really been doing the damage in the ton
95.
pluses. 7 in this game. He had double figures in his previous game against Nick Fullwell in match 1 of the session. He's not been scoring big, but he's been
96.
scoring plentifully enough to give himself chances and opportunities.
$140.
Suddenly, from 2-0 down, Kieran Teehan could beat, depending on this visit, 6 starts away from moving 3-2 in front. Hudson's going to leave himself on 1-3-2, effectively halving the score.
Well, are we going to see a bit of brilliance then?
85. PT require 132.
The champagne shot on offer. Oh, what a guide that is. What a guide it is. No doubt that he'll hit the ball. Okay. Decided not to go for
100. Kieran, you require 122.
Well, it may be all Kieran's left with is a solitary dial of the balls on the back of the 1-2-2.
Tricky that, isn't it? Yeah, proved to be. Really had to do something special to guide that in. So
38.
Hudson gets lucky in the
BT
end. He was so far off the balls.
32.
I think a single 18 to leave double 16.
Game shot
Which
on
he
the
hits
fifth flag.
to lead
Peter
and to
Hudson.
break.
And now has the darts for the match. And in the context
Sixth
of
flag.
the
It's
table,
Peter
it
to
moved
throw
him onto
first.
8 points,
Game
level
on.
with Kieran Teehan. Actually, if he can get it done this leg, Peter Hudson, he'd actually jump Kieran Teehan into third place in the table, ahead of Shane Haywood and Mirena Mikkels, playing in the next 2 games
61.
respectively. Haywood taking on Fullwell and Mikkels taking on the other Dutchman in this group, Arnie Spee.
$60.
Well, let's see. Closest game that we've had since game 2. The first 2 games were 4-3 since then. The best anyone's managed is Hudson getting 1 leg in defeat to Shane Haywood.
86. $100.
It's one of those games where they've met in the middle quite well. Kieran's had the scoring power but hasn't had the finishing prowess, and that's given Hudson the opportunity to step in, but it's fair to say over the last
100.
leg and a half, Peter really has found that scoring power for the first time in this match.
And again, it's the one treble visits that Hudson is dining on.
45.
That's where he's getting most of his success. Seems to be the case for him. He's a steady ton man, isn't he?
140.
The 140 gets him down to a nice steady finish as well.
And suddenly it looks like we're going to be saying the same story about Kieran Teehan again this week. Opportunity
42.
knocking and not being
PTE
able to
require
open the door because
114.
Peter Hudson here has got 6 darts of the match and 114. 218 for tops. Not to be on this occasion, but he is going to come back.
58.
And when he does come back, he should get 2 darts of tops to win it.
$59. PT requires
Has to take
56.
care of the single first. And now double 20. And double 10.
Game
Found
shot and the match
for a 4-2
Peter
win, and a win
Hudson.
that keeps Peter Hudson's hopes alive and damages Kieran Teehan's campaign. It is a victory that sees Hudson go level on points with the man he's just beaten and just sneak ahead of him in the league table as well. He wins it 4-2 after Teehan had a bit of a nightmare on the doubles in the first part of that match and never managed to recover. Hudson with the victory onto 8 points, 2 behind the top 2, Moreno Michaels and Shane Haywood, who plays next against Nick Fullwell.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy.
A couple more visits yet.
We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
The action continues here at the Modus Super Series, and Shane Haywood is hoping to carry on his campaign to make it through to finals night for the first time. Back for a second tilt from qualifying as an ADC player, Shane Haywood, and he's already matched his points tally from his previous visit in the last series. He's taken that amount to 10. And a win here would really put him in a strong position after Kieran Teehan fluffed his lines against Peter Hudson. And he'd be 4 points ahead of Teehan with just a couple of games to play. But he's got arguably the two toughest games to play after this one against Nick Fullwell, who would be mathematically eliminated if he were to lose this game.
So, now or never as far as Fullwell is concerned.
First
but
leg,
Haywood knows
Shane to
full
throw
well that
first.
a win here,
Game
and he's
on.
very much on the cusp. And you have to say, over the course of the week, he's been the most consistent player. Wasn't a classic game against Arnie Spee. Came back from a slow start, 3-0 down to the Dutchman to win 4-3. But that last performance
81.
against Peter Hudson averaged 93.04, 4 from 6 on the doubles in a 4-1 success. And actually pinned the only ton plus checkout we've seen so far today to wrap
98.
up the win in that particular match. The 130 on the bullseye, netting the little fish. But he's hoping to pick up the big prize when it comes to tomorrow night. And he may well be just a 1 win away from being in the equation.
Yeah, maybe enough. Just a win here could be enough for Shane Haywood. If he wins it, he's relying on
39.
or his chasing pack would be relying on him losing both his remaining games and either Hudson or Teehan to win both of their games just to get to the same amount of points.
140.
What an opportunity Shane Haywood has carved out for himself.
Well, effectively, this could be a bit of an insurance policy match because his next game is against Kieran Teehan.
36. Shane, you require 140.
And he won his last game for 130 out. He's not going to kickstart this game for 140.
25.
We'll ignore that ever happened.
Well, Fullwell isn't in the picture in this leg anyway.
83. Shane, you require 115.
So 115 for the lead. Treble 19 for double thereof.
41.
But Nick has had these real strange patches like this, hasn't he? Particularly at the beginning of matches. I think we can begin to say that it's becoming a little bit all or nothing for Fullwell right now.
Fridays haven't really been his friend this year at the Super Series.
54.
Shane Haywood hoping to be on
Nick,
stage
you
on
require
Saturday.
105.
Fullwell could spoil that bid. Can still do this. Treble 20 for tops.
41. Shane, you require 20.
So double 10 to eventually crawl over the line in this first leg.
Game shot on the
And
first
Haywood
leg.
is up
Shane
and
Haywood.
running. 1-0 to the good.
Second leg. It's Nick to throw first. Game on. $100.
Shane very much proud of his
60.
Welsh roots and Welsh heritage. He has it blazoned all around his shirt.
47.
Don't think he'll be too perturbed about missing the football tonight, will he?
Yeah, I think
59.
it will drag on for the Welsh, won't it, this tournament?
0-0 draw against Gibraltar just a week ago.
He must have thought we were taking the mick when we put the Rock in his group. Yeah, the darts here at the Super Series will continue right throughout. There'll be
45.
I'm sure some bumper sporting days for those armchair viewers out there. Darts morning, noon and night, and a healthy
100.
sprinkling of football. And you're our resident football expert, Henry. Who's going to win it? Who's going to win the European Championship?
I really like the look of the French, I've got to say. Although don't discredit
99.
Portugal one bit.
Nick, you require 154.
And you've just disappointed all of our English viewers.
Well, looking at the
98.
draw, I think England and France look set for a date in the semi-finals. I think it's a coin toss game on paper, but I just think that French attack mixed up with what's going to be pretty much a makeshift English defence, I think they just have the jump.
Require 56.
Well, this Englishman looking to score his first leg in this match.
46.
Wrong side of the post. Hopefully
Shane,
not
you
an
require
omen.
138.
Triple 18. Would have left double 12. For 138 for a player that's
98.
not too dissimilar to
Nick, you
the
require
shirt
10.
pattern of the person who made it famous back in the day. Keith Teller, he's enjoying his football right now, isn't he?
8. Shane, you require
Well,
40.
Fullwell not enjoying that.
Game shot on the second leg. Shane Haywood.
As Haywood makes him pay. Do we know what Darts Road 1 is, Henry? Has that conversation been had with Nick?
Third leg. It's
No,
Shane
this is
to
a
throw
new
first.
shirt for Nick
Game on.
today, and something that as soon as I saw him on the stage today, thought it's not something I've actually seen on one of his shirts before. However, it's going to be fairly
59.
route one from here for him, it's fair to say, because 2-0 down in what is a must-win contest. He's going to have to reel off 4 legs from the next 5. Realistically, you think to stand any chance, he's going to have to reel off 4 legs
43.
on the spin, but it just doesn't look like it's likely. It hasn't looked like it's going to be likely today for Nick Fullwell.
Yep, defeat here would confirm it would be Darts Road home.
100. $180.
180 from Fullwell, just to remind Shane Haywood that it's not a practice match.
140. 85.
He's got 6 or 202 to move himself 3-0 to the good. I'll tell you one thing Shane does very well, because of the way his darts go on the
140.
board, that first dart being pitched just above the treble like that can be awkward, but he can actually work with that lie quite well. Paul Nicholson talks about learning about dart behaviour, about how your darts
100.
behave. Well,
Shane, you
Shane does
require
that to a great
62.
degree, and he could be 3-0 up here. 17 remaining. 188. 2 8s are 3-0.
Game shot
Nice
on the
leg that from
third
Shane
leg.
Haywood.
Shane
15th
Haywood.
darter, best of the match. Now he's a leg away from putting himself onto 12 points. It wouldn't
Fourth flag. It's Nick to
mathematically
throw
put
first.
himself through right here,
Game
right
on.
now, but it would feel like it's more likely than not he'd make it through to the finals.
40.
Well, they've taken a turn, the games today, haven't they? The first 2 were marathon encounters, but since then we've seen some sprints here at the Super Series, and this one could follow suit. And Shane Haywood
60.
is sprinting towards that finish line, not just in terms of the match, but in terms of the promised land of a Saturday Super Series showpiece. And don't forget,
44.
you could be there as well. Tickets are still available for tomorrow and any of our Saturday night finals nights. All you've got to do is scan that QR code. It'll take you straight to the ticket page at
140.
dartshop.tv, and you can book yours for just a couple of quid. And I mean it, literally £2 the booking fee. And if you want to be here tomorrow, get your skates on. But also get your
83.
skates on if you want to be here at Champions Week at the end of the series as well, because that is sure to be sold out.
Well, August is meant to be a very good month in Portsmouth.
81.
Champions Week final on August the 31st. A week before, you got the Victorious Music Festival. A couple of weeks before that, Portsmouth will get their championship season underway. It's going to be a
35.
busy summer on the south coast, and the darts is very much at the top of the list. And at the top of Shane Haywood's list is progression. 220 points away from a 4-0 win, which would put him oh so close towards it. And that 140 leaves himself on a 2-darter after a dozen darts.
Yeah, really has shown no sign of
140.
flipping his lines, really, since
Shane,
the
you
point
require
that he was
80.
3-0 down in his first match. Suddenly, Shane has run riot. Only lost 1 leg since in 12. make that
Game shot
13.
and the match.
Shane Haywood
Shane
with a
Haywood.
4-0 victory that could just about seal his spot on Saturday. Not confirmed yet, but that's a huge, huge win for Shane Haywood, for whom now everything has to go wrong for him not to make it through to finals night. Nick Fullwell will not be there. He's not happy about something. However, he won't be at finals night. Maybe that is the problem for Nick. He's got a couple of games left to fulfill, but next up here, Spee trying to avoid the same fate. So early in the group, he takes on Moreno Michels, who could put himself in the exact same position as Haywood.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
all he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a break of throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've reached the halfway point of our day, and Shane Haywood may be oh so close to qualification. He got the better of Nick Fullwell by 4 legs to nil before the break, with an average of 87.13. 4 from 6 on the doubles. A good enough performance that for the Welshman, and he's also almost there towards qualification. Moreno Michels and Spee go toe-to-toe in the final game of the third round of fixtures. A win for Michels here, move him 4 points clear of Peter Hudson and Kieran Teehan in the group, with just 4 points left to play for, meaning that the top two would find themselves very much on the hill. You'd say it would take a disaster for the pair not to make it through, but they would still need to dot the I's and cross the T's in their next game. Remember, Michels and Haywood also do play in the first game of the final round of fixtures. So if Michels wins this one, both of them players will have the insurance policy, the fact that the winner of game 13 will be guaranteed a place through if they do mess up in the next round.
However, in the next round, they both play the other two players that could go through. So if
58.
they get the wins in that, it would be all over, wouldn't it? A group that couldn't have been closer at the start of the day, maybe all decided with 4 games to spare.
100.
Assuming, of course, Michels doesn't mess up in this round. But the reason that we're probably dismissing that prospect is that Spee has not shown any signs
121.
since he mismatched darts to beat Haywood in his first match. He was 3-0 up, mismatched darts, and then has gone on to lose
140.
every leg since 8 in a row.
Well, yesterday was his best day here, but just a little bit of a feeling of aggression for Arnie. He'll
40.
be disappointed with that.
Moreno,
I
you
think he
require
really wanted to finish with a bang
161.
today, even if he wasn't to qualify. Moreno Mikel's looking to take out the 161. He's got 6 from here to win this first leg. But for Arnie, I think he's going to be here tomorrow night, no matter what the outcome.
97.
He over here to the UK with his dad on Sunday, and then realised that his accommodation was nearby one of the
108.
more student-friendly parts of the town.
Moreno, you
So
require 64.
So he's had a great week. Double 8.
Game
for
shot on the
Mikel's is
first
having a
leg.
great day.
Moreno Mikel.
4-0 win against Kieran Teehan. 4-0 win against Nick Fullwell. 1-0
Second
up
leg.
against
It's
Arnie
Arnie
Spee.
to throw first. Game on. $41.
no one's actually gone a full day without dropping a leg
100.
in a group. Yeah, Mikel's wins this 4-0. We may be able to talk about that possibility, but his
81.
2 toughest games you'd sense come in his last 2 against Hudson and Haywood.
100. $59.
Mikel's here. He's got out the tracks flying. This is some of the best stuff we've seen from him this week today, and he's continuing to improve. Average 105 at this
134.
early point. 14 data in the first leg, and he's going to leave himself on a finish after 9 in the second to get the break of Arnie Spee.
120.
Yeah, no way that was going
Moreno,
to be
you
touching
require
anything. The point was
167.
pointing back at him.
Would have been no good for viewers watching in 3D.
57.
Although, just a turn of 57 did open up the score for Arnie if he... Open up the door for Arnie if he found a
45.
decent
Moreno,
score
you
there.
require 110.
Mikel's 110. He'll think he's got 6 from here, but Spee's already taken out a 155 against Moreno Mikel's this week
86.
to repeat the feat.
Arnie, you require 155.
So Mikel's will return for double 12 to make it
97.
the perfect
Moreno,
10
you
on
require
Friday.
24. Game shot on the second leg.
10 legs
Moreno
played,
Mikel.
10 legs won.
Hardly breaking a sweat.
Third leg.
30
It's
darts
Moreno to
to
throw first.
what feels
Game
like
on.
the halfway point to this match. And it has to be said, Arnie just looks like a bit of a dejected figure.
93.
Yeah, and we just felt it, didn't we? We sensed it at the time when he did miss those match darts. That the head dropped, the shoulders slumped, and there has been a hangover, no doubt about it.
140.
In that first match against Shane Haywood, and what a different story it could have been today had Spee hit one of those winning double attempts.
60.
Haywood would not be in the brilliantly promising position that he is, and Spee, who knows, may have actually been in contention himself.
Maybe he dreamt the fairy tale at
41.
that point and then realised his dreams were dashed and it's just suddenly regressed from there.
$58.
Will he be the first to take a leg off his countryman? What has been a
25.
fantastic day for Mikel's. Have we ever seen anyone go through a day without losing a leg?
No, the closest to doing that, perhaps not a surprise, is Bo Greaves.
45.
Away from here, she went through a full tournament without losing a leg, didn't she? A women's series event, but here at the Super Series, never seen it happen.
100.
I'm sure in the previous venue in Southampton, Connor Scott won his first 16 legs of a day. And I know that Graham Usher, in the last tournament we held there, went on a ridiculous run of legs
81.
1-2, but no one's ever completed the card without dropping a leg.
I think Glenn Durrant might have gone for a day without winning a leg. I hope you're not watching, Glenn. If you are, I do apologise.
25.
Once.
Moreno, you require 164.
I'm told Glenn did win a leg.
40.
Yeah, but that was on the meat raffle.
Arnie, you require 170. $45. Moreno,
124 plays 125 for this leg.
124.
So treble 18 miles away. So a chance here for Spee.
24.
An even bigger chance now.
Arnie, you require 125.
125 for the break back. And so Mikel's back for the tunt.
52. Moreno, you require 100.
I've got no idea what
60.
he went for with either of the first
Arnie,
two
you require
darts there.
73.
Well, I know what he went for. He went for a 14 and he missed it. Yeah, it was like Moreno Mikel's went, I'll just throw it the big 20 and maybe one will drop
49.
in the treble, maybe one will
Moreno,
go in
you
the tops,
require
and they just
40.
went exactly where he threw them. Now he does want tops for 3-0. And he
Game
keeps
shot
on winning
the third
legs.
leg. Moreno Mikel's.
He is dishing out bagels 10 to the dozen.
Fourth leg.
Moreno
It's Arnie to throw
Mikel's.
first.
Yeah, hasn't
Game on.
missed a dart at double in the game either. Spee hasn't had a dart at double in the game.
46.
Should have, though. He missed that big number. Hit the 11, going for the 14.
60.
Again, he thinks,
140.
why now? Why now? But he'll know all too well because he's had first-hand experience that a 3-0 scoreline doesn't exactly mean the end of the match because he was 3-0 up
125.
against Shane Haywood but spurned that particular lead. And actually, if Spee had held on in that particular encounter, we would have been talking about Moreno Mikel's being through right
125.
here, right now. But what's it about? Grandmothers, wheels, bikes and whatever?
60.
Yeah, if is half of life.
$81.
Well, he's got an opportunity here to end this incredible run for Moreno Mikel's of 11 consecutive legs
58.
won here today.
Arnie, you require
And he's going to
109.
have 6 darts from 109 to do it.
And that's a great dart, full of authority. Double 11. Just gets it confirmed with Jack Garr with the referee. Then cannot
98.
fire home.
And that's how quickly it can go wrong. Because now he's in a tricky position. Can't afford to miss a big number with his first dart.
100.
All sorts of
Arnie, you
peril
require
around. If
11.
he goes for the 3, he misses either side, he's bust. He finds it, double 4,
3.
but he fails to find
Moreno,
that.
you require 98.
And this is to continue what has been a clean sheet day for Moreno Mikel so far. So Spee is going to get 3 more darts at a
58.
double 2.
Arnie, you require
Hit
8.
the first leg of the day of Moreno Mikel's.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
finally,
leg.
Mikel's
Arnie
has
Spee.
lost a leg. And eventually, Arnie Spee is back on the board. But Mikel's has the darts here to
Fifth
seal
leg.
a
It's Moreno
4-1
to throw
success.
first. Game on.
Ends a run of 11 straight legs for Moreno Mikel's. It also ends a run of 11 straight legs lost for Arnie Spee.
100. $140.
So we've seen moments of quality from Arnie in both departments, but just hasn't really been able to
58.
put all the pieces of the jigsaw together. Well, the last 2 visits probably indicative of his week.
55.
Well, it looks like Moreno is going to get the job done here, so we will have a couple of games coming up next where players could seal their Saturday spots.
57.
If Shane Haywood beats Kieran Teehan, he would confirm his, and if Moreno Mikel's, assuming he does get the job done here, beats Pete Hudson, it would be the same. However, defeat for either player in either
59.
of those matches, and their opponent closes the gap to 2 points.
$81.
As Henry alluded to earlier, we do know that at least one of Mikel's or Haywood will go through if Moreno wins this match, because they have each other's left to play in the final set of fixtures.
But Moreno may want to be careful here, because the last leg for Arnie was on throw. This one's against the throw. And Arnie's going to get 6 darts here from 107 to bring this game back to 3-2. Then have the darts to take us to a decider. And suddenly, as we were writing 99. Arnie Spee's obituary, it's as quickly as he could find himself back in the match.
Yeah, what had been, up until 1 leg ago,
97.
a pedigree performance from Moreno Mikel's is turning into something of a dog's dinner. Spee slides it in the doubles. Suddenly, there is some doubt planted in the mind of Mikel's.
6th leg, it's Arnie to throw first.
Well, Spee's brought his level up as Mikel's is just plateaued towards the centre.
$92.
Suddenly as well, a little bit more belief with the 24-year-old from Juez.
Yeah, there's a little bit more zip in the throw, isn't there? A bit more of a bounce in the stride.
45.
And of course, the man who plays for the Cowboy Darts team is looking to take a little bit more of the bounty, because if he can win this game and move up to 5th place in the table, and positions mean prizes here at the Super Series.
And we'll all be thinking, how do you do it?
55.
You were right 55. To point out he could actually take inspiration from his own capitulation earlier on. 3-0 ahead in a game, lost it 4-3. This one he's 3-0 behind and may win it 4-3.
100.
That might change things.
80.
What's it they say about what goes around comes around?
55.
Well, maybe it's not going to be the case, because Mikel's on the back of that Max's 6 from 2-2-1 to seal a 4-2 success and move him to 12 points alongside Shane Haywood,
60.
who takes on Kieran Teehan in our next match. And a win in that game for Shane would rubber stamp it.
59. Moreno, you require 161.
Couple of big finishes on offer. Treble 20 found, treble 17 not.
137.
But the bedfellow means he leaves it perfectly placed.
143.
Spee will need something supersized.
But it's not going to be supersized Spee and Mikel's.
43. Moreno, you require 24.
Looking at double 12.
Game shot
to seal a 4-2 win
Moreno
and to put him on the cusp of qualification. Double 12 puts him onto 12 points. Level with Shane Haywood at the top of the table. Arnie Spee had a spirited comeback in that particular encounter, but it was the class of Mikel's that prevailed in the end. That the tail of the tape. 4 from 4 in the doubles as well for Moreno in that particular contest. A 4-2 victory for him. That rounds off the 3rd round of fixtures for the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to begin round 4 with Shane Haywood up against Kieran Teehan.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on Friday, which of course is decisive day in the two groups. This is the action so far in Group C, and it has been Shane Haywood and Moreno Michels who have done their jobs, winning all of their matches so far, and both of them could confirm qualification if they win their next couple of games. Haywood top of the table on 12, Michels on the same tally, and they take on Teehan and Hudson respectively in the next couple of games, meaning that all could be solved after the next two. In the first of them, Shane Haywood on the hockey right now. If he wins this one, he will seal his finals night place for the first time, his second attempt here at the Super Series, and he will do it by sending Teehan crashing through the tungsten trapdoor at the end of this one. Defeat for him and he's out. Haywood is through. If the result is the other way round, then it will go down to the final sets of fixtures.
Well, it feels like far more routine than we expected it to be as far as progression through this Group C is concerned. I wrote down on my notes prior to this session getting underway that there was a possibility that all 6 players could be tied on 10 points. Well, if the truth be told, it's been completely the opposite
First
today,
leg, it's
when
Shane
2 players have completely dominated
Game
proceedings. And actually, the player that's caused the player at the top of the top 2 players the most trouble today has been Arnie Spee.
Well, at the start of the day, Shane Haywood had a interview with Henry Deacon. He said he's just here to learn. Didn't want to be defeatist or too modest, but he's only here to learn. I wonder what he will have learned. I think that might be a question we can ask him at the end of the day.
What do they say about every day being a school day?
They say every day's a school day, Henry.
108!
Lesson learned. Maxi for Haywood. As for Kieran, well, I think the learning for him as he slips that second one out the hand is when it's come to the crunch and it's come to the big moments,
44.
he hasn't been able to find what he's wanted, and I just wonder whether he has had one kick too many this week, Kieran.
And he's not kicking at the start of this one, is he? Still over
81.
400 after half a dozen darts tossed. Totally lost his grip of the darts, hasn't he? Bag of nails stuff this from Kieran Teehan.
77.
Finally locates a treble at the 9th attempt.
145.
And so Haywood's got all the time one could want to complete this first leg. It's almost a serene passage, almost
95.
Almost a formation lap towards the first leg for Haywood.
$137. Shane, you require 50.
18 leaves double 16. First
Game
leg
shot
in the
on the
ledger.
first leg, Shane Haywood.
Ever since he fought back from 3-0 behind against Arnie Spee in his opening game, he's looked so comfortable, so
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw
assured
first.
in the
Game
way he's
on.
gone about things.
This is probably the biggest compliment I can pay Shane Haywood. He says he's a player that's learning, but the way he's gone about his business
100.
today, he's gone about it like a player with a lot of experience, has been here before, he's done it, he knows exactly the scenario. But this is somebody who's only on his second appearance here, and the last time he was here wasn't in the mix
84.
towards qualification.
Well, it'd be a good advert for the amateur darts circuit. Of course, they're two of their players on course to go through. The
60.
ADC Europe representative Moreno Michels and the ADC UK qualifier Shane Haywood. And of course, it was announced last week that the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth will host the ADC Global
100.
Championships at the end of this year. 2 weeks of Super Series style action, followed by grand finals where we've got a larger format for the top 8. The semi-finalists from each of the 2 Saturday nights will go through and play in that grand finals, and there is plenty of qualification criteria for players around the world, so do make sure you head to the
53.
ADC website or your regional ADC website to get the information about how, well, maybe even you could qualify and be on that stage here at the Super Series.
I don't know why you're staring at me when you said you.
You've got to be in it to win it, H.
I'm being selfish. I'd love to see Andreas Harrison and Scott Taylor find a way in as the 2 Super Series champions. I think that would be nice and
70.
appropriate. But
Kieran, you require
Teehan here,
144.
144 to square up at 1 apiece.
Well, if either of those were to repeat the feat of being a Super Series champion and then play in that, there's an opportunity for them to trouser
82.
more than £50,000 in little over 3 weeks.
Well, you'd expect Harrison to be one of the main contenders in that Nordic region, wise. I know
100.
Scott's been a bit more picking and choosing
Kieran,
of his
require
events.
62.
Now, Dad once again. Many congratulations, Scott.
Well, Kieran Teehan can't afford many mistakes from here on in. Double 16 is his choice, and that's
Game
why.
shot on the
All
second
square.
leg. Kieran Teehan.
And he still clings on to contention.
Third leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And who knows, Haywood could be playing on that global championship stage. He looks set to be playing on this stage on
140.
Saturday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, for those who are in the dark about that, the inaugural ADC Global Championship will see
41.
24 players compete for a share of a prize fund of more than £85,000, with the first global champion set to pocket more than £25,000. Qualifiers for the event
100.
will come from the top 4 players from the ADC's UK ranking, the top 4 from the UK Win More Tour, and in addition, ADC Europe will bring the number 1 ranked
140.
players from Southern Europe, Belgium, East Europe, the Netherlands, and the Nordic rankings, along with the Benelux Open champion. Then further spots will be filled via qualifying events from Oceania,
85.
South Africa, Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, North UK, South UK, and a World Seniors qualifier. Plus, it will feature the top 2 players from the Women's ADC Tour.
140.
Well, if qualifications stop today, the players that will be playing in it, and this is a good lineup. Adam Mould, Jordan Matthews, Gary Stone, James Worden from the UK. From the Championship Tour, Joe Croft, Andy Bolt, Bradley Brooks,
85.
Thomas Banks. Vicky Perm and Fanny Shirt for the Women's Tour. Brian Raman from Belgium. John Michael from South Europe. Jimmy Van Schie from the Netherlands. That's not a bad lineup at all.
140.
It'll make great viewing.
Shane, you
But
require
I think a few more
91.
people will play a few more ADC tournaments knowing it's happening now. Now, what's happening here? 88 required. Can't find the requisite treble, which means Teehan
51.
will take aim at tops.
Kieran, you require 40.
Which he's teed up after 12. Now double 10. Double 5.
30.
That's the break charts come and
Shane,
gone,
you
and that could
require
well be the
40.
last tangible charts Kieran Teehan had to qualify come and go.
Game
Because
shot on the
every
third
leg is of the
leg.
utmost
Shane
importance
Haywood.
because he's right behind the 8 ball in that particular department. Haywood now 2-1 to the good,
Fourth leg.
and now
It's Kieran
2
to
legs
throw
away
first.
from
Game on.
absolutely confirming his place through.
$140.
Matter of fact, there could be quite the story that the first ever ADC Global Champion
40.
could be Joe Croft, grandson of the founder of the BDO, Ollie Croft.
It would be a tale to tell.
44.
Bit more on that as the year develops towards an end. Also, the
100.
Men's and Women's Championship Tour Finals in the UK will be here in the autumn time as well.
99.
Shane Haywood is thinking all about the here and now, and knowing it's just a couple of legs away from qualifying through to tomorrow night's finale.
59.
So it's Teehan who holds the cards in this particular leg. I think that's been a little bit of difference as well for Kieran. He's someone that can
100.
follow a good first dart fairly well. That first one picked above the wire. By and large, when he's in the swing of things, can convert that into a ton 40, but he's finding
43.
himself having to chase his
Kieran, you
tail a
require
fair bit.
118.
But he has got the luxury of time in this fourth leg.
And he'll need that luxury.
78.
Again, Teehan leaves himself on 40. This time a visit later, but on throw.
59. Kieran, you require 40.
Haywood realised that he should have switched earlier, then could have left a finish had he done so.
Game shot
Doesn't
on the
matter,
fourth
academic,
flag. Kieran
2-2.
Teehan.
Just keep Shane thinking.
Fifth flag.
He
It's
said
Shane
that
to
he's
throw
had
first.
the air of an experienced
on.
man all throughout the course of the day, but this is a different thinking, a different feeling. This is the point where it can all get done, and it doesn't matter who you are. When that finishing line
59.
is in front of you, and you've not achieved something before, nerves can set in.
125. $43.
I'll tell you what, Kieran must be thinking there's an opportunity to be opened here because Shane Haywood's just gone off the pace a little bit.
96.
And it's probably the thing that Shane Haywood shouldn't be doing is thinking, isn't it? Just needs to relax and play darts. That's what's got him here.
100.
It does amaze me how when players get themselves in a position that
45.
their thinking is to do exactly the opposite of the one thing that they do to get themselves in that particular position.
31.
It's just starting to stutter, isn't he? And Hightower will be watching that closely.
99.
Both Kieran Teehan and Peter Hudson, the other two players in contention outside of the top two,
58.
they both have a game that they have
Kieran,
to
you
win
require
against one of the players in the top
136.
two, but then they both have a game that they should win on paper against the bottom two, Fullwell and Spee. So a defeat will just make
78.
the player who is defeated wonder if it is going to all go wrong.
But Kieran's got a massive problem with the legs difference. He has to win it 4-2.
81.
I don't think
Kieran, you
4-3 will be any
require
good
58.
for him. He wins 4-2, be on +2, and then he'd have to win 4-2 to be on +10. So +6. This is double 10.
48.
Yeah, he's hoping that whoever
Shane,
wins
you require
between Haywood and
129.
Michaels really does it 4-0 then, isn't he? Still has to
57.
win this one.
Kieran, you require 10.
Very least his win. Think about the scoreline afterwards. Thinking about the double right now. But he hasn't
No
hit it.
score. Shane, you require 72.
Let's have a look away. Double 18. Now 2 9s.
63.
And the opportunities have come
Kieran,
and
you
they've gone, and
require
they're beginning to
10.
present themselves again to Kieran Teehan. And he can't say that if things don't go his way, he hasn't had the chances to put himself in position.
Well, this is as cagey as it's
Game
been all
shot on the
day.
fifth flag. Kieran Teehan.
Kieran Teehan might be getting out of that cage. Haywood could have had it locked up.
Sixth flag.
His
It's Kieran
position
to throw
at
first.
finals night. Kieran Teehan
Game
is
on.
still scrapping, still has a mountain to climb, and would need a complete capitulation from Haywood, maybe even McKell's,
140.
but has to win, and he might be on course to do so.
It's the equivalent of being on a snooker table. There's one red left on it.
47.
It's covered up by the pink and the blue, and your snooker behind the yellow ball.
55.
Hit and hope, basically, is the best way out of that.
$140.
I saw Kieran quite literally scratch his head when he walked back from the oche last time out, and I think when he heads back home to
99.
Ireland. He'll be leaving himself with a lot more questions than there are answers about this week.
$140. $59.
Again, it just does have that sense of a nervous battle.
69.
Shane Haywood might not necessarily need to win, but you
148.
get the sense that both players feel they have to win.
Just don't want to save any drama for that last match. You just want that to be as serene as possible.
58.
Particularly because he knows who the
Shane,
last
you
match is
require
against.
105.
In Moreno Michels for Shane Haywood. Is that in? It is. Gives him a go at tops.
85. Kieran, you require 90.
So this to win the match and to at least give himself an outside glimmer of hope. The bull. Beautiful from Kieran Teehan to keep his hopes alive. He's hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but he's still in the race just about. Shane Haywood is going to have to wait to confirm his place through. But Kieran Teehan is still just about hanging in there. He gets the better of Shane Haywood by 4 legs to 2. A below par performance that from Shane, but Teehan this time being able to take advantage of opportunities. Coming up after the break, Peter Hudson takes on Moreno Michels.
Well, in the previous match here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, we saw a little twist in the tail. Defeat for Shane Haywood against Kieran Teehan means that Haywood has to wait. Teehan has kept his hopes alive, and Moreno Michels could now be the first player through. If he gets a victory against Peter Hudson here, that would put the Dutchman through and the Eccles ace out. However, if Hudson can do what Teehan did, Then it goes right down to the last run of fixtures, although he will probably have to do it more handsomely because despite that victory, as Henry Deacon alongside me was explaining earlier, it's still a big task for Teehan, isn't it?
Well, basically, Teehan's going to have to win 4-0 in his game against Nick Four in his last match. And by that point, we may not even know whether that's a possibility or not, because Mikkels and Haywood actually play before Teehan plays in that last round of fixtures, and he would need Moreno to do something he's done all day and win 4-0 or 4-1 in that particular match. And I mentioned Mikkels has only dropped a couple of legs today. That were both to Arnie Spee. Prior to that, he was 10 in a row in that particular department. Sorry, 11 in a row, wasn't he? He went 3-0 up in that game.
So will he be the first through, or can Hudson
83
do at least what Teehan did? If he can win it handsomely, Hudson, he could put himself in a much better position than Kieran to be the one that sneaks through. And his last game is against Arnie Spee, a game in which, without being disrespectful to the Dutchman, he would fancy himself for not just a win, but a big one. That was pretty disrespectful, wasn't it?
Well, Arnie Spee has taken 5 legs off of the top 2.
Yeah, but he's lost all the others.
45.
But this is where, in this situation for Peter, is, even though there's a mathematical chance, it's how much
78.
belief he has in his own mind. You do sometimes see players in a similar predicament to Peter just almost lose that belief, think actually it's just not going to happen, and he's just got to make sure that
81
he keeps going until every single last start. We've seen miraculous comebacks before in a Group C. The Jimmy Van Schie week springs to mind. Well, he was like the Lazarus Project, wasn't he, that particular week? The amount of comebacks he made from positions where he looked like he was dead and buried.
Yeah, and look what it's done for him since. Gone on to achieve great things away from the Super Series, Van Schie.
He's a proper player, that is for
7.
sure.
Peter, you require
that wasn't
69.
a proper good visit at all.
Well, this day looked like it would be really close at the start of the day. Then, as the day went on, it looked like it would be over very quickly. Now it might be all back on again, because Teehan stopped Shane Haywood qualifying, and Hudson has raced away with this first leg against Mikkels. Easy
leg, Peter Hudson.
For Hudson. 15-dart hold with Moreno way back on 285.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
I feel like it's one of them groups where he might need to lie down in a darkened room following the end of it.
Well, it's not the only group today. Don't forget, Group B, back underway from 10 p.m. tonight UK time. Jim Long, Justin Hood, Adam
46.
Lipscomb, Chris Quantock and Adam Mould all fighting it out for the final 3 places at finals night tomorrow.
Jim Long needs just that one win tonight to send himself, or you would think that he is
140.
as good as home and hose, wouldn't you, in terms of progressing to tomorrow night's final. Was a class above the rest of the field, but don't forget, Justin Hood, when it comes to big clutch matches, does have a big performance in him. We saw in that Challenge Tour final when he got the better of Dragutin Horvat. 5 legs to 1, 107 average. Got the game won in the space of 9 minutes as opposed to 6 legs.
Yeah, Mould, Quantock and Hood have all won weeks from that group. Adam Lipscomb seems to be knocking on the door. Did have a win on that
85.
stage, didn't he, at the Influencers event?
Yeah, real career highlight for him, that.
$60.
Well, Moreno making better progress in leg 2 than he did in leg 1.
$45. Moreno, you require 160.
This to level up at 1 apiece. So Mikkels has got 6 of the 160.
100.
Do keep your comments coming in the YouTube chat. Someone here says Peter moving quickly. Just wait for the stream to stop buffering.
$133. Moreno, you require 60.
2 at tops. To square us up.
40. Peter, you require 132.
Has needed a couple of opportunities to win legs at times today as Mikkels. Number 19 and bull. Not to be, and so Moreno's going to come back for double 10 to square this contest up.
$64.
Double
Moreno,
10
you
then
require 20.
for double M.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he
Moreno
finds it
Mikkels.
for parity in this one. Every leg makes it harder for not just Peter Hudson,
Third
but
leg,
for
it's Peter to throw first.
Kieran Teehan as
Game
well.
on.
Well, M&M could well be 3 legs away from hitting the sweet spot, hitting the jackpot and sealing his place on Saturday night.
97.
As for the Rock, he finds himself in a hard place right now. Didn't just mention the need to win,
81.
but the need to win big.
$95. $45.
Hudson 309 may start on the 19th to try and give himself the best chance of leaving a finish. Should have really stayed there if he was planning to do that.
97.
Well, the good thing for Peter is the fact that Moreno in with a max wouldn't have been able to have left a finish. So, realistically, no damage has been done. And
26.
well, hardly any damage has been done with that visit from Moreno either. And so, Hudson has got a fair bit of time on his hands. In fact, all the time he could want.
$42.
Works his way down to a finish in the end, and yeah, very similar to the first leg. Moreno not in the running at all.
140. PT require 170.
Even the 2 treble turn doesn't get him close enough.
$40.
Well, he left himself on the big fish. Now he halves it towards the little fish. Hoping to get it in the cardboard box, this leg.
59. PT require 130.
I was thinking of leaving a finish 9 darts ago to only be on 130 since that point. Will be a little frustrating for Hudson. Even more frustrating will be the fact that Moreno is going to get a look at a checkout himself.
Moreno, you require 150.
Well, this game is just beginning to resemble the state of Hudson's game against Fullwell, where both players just reached a bit of a Shredsville-like state.
60.
And it's basically who could claw over the line in that particular contest, and Hudson are going to claw over the line in this leg. 48 left, so we'll stay there. 8 leaves top, 16 leaves double 16. And it's going to be double 16 for a 2-1 lead. Doesn't go.
40.
And so it may just be a dart at the
Moreno,
ball, but Mikkels got a chance to break.
Yeah, total gift this for Moreno Mikkels. Hudson should have had this leg wrapped up. Now it's a dart at the bull.
47.
Would have hurt. Peter
PT require
returns.
32.
It's double 16 that he's looking at. Double 8, and the way that dart's gone on the inside of the double 16 makes this double 8 tricky. And he almost found a
24.
path through.
Moreno, you require 43. 33. Peter, you require 8.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to describe this leg.
Game shot on
Over.
the third leg. Peter
That was
Hudson.
the 4-letter word that I was thinking of.
Nonetheless,
Fourth flag, it's
Hudson
Moreno to
2
throw
on to the
first.
good.
Game on.
It's not come easy for him, has it?
No, it has been rock hard.
61.
But I'm astonished to see this level of performance from Moreno Michaels all of a sudden. Often you say about a player, where's this come from?
100.
Where's it gone for Michaels, who we were talking about at one point today, winning every single leg?
$42.
Right, I don't believe it. Go and get the real Moreno. Where is he?
$100.
So when you go to one of those performances, one of those reenactment bands, look-alike. This has not been a look-alike performance at all from...
85.
Never heard it described as a reenactment band before. You mean like fake that kind of thing, yeah?
Yes.
85.
They do reenact their songs, don't they?
$100.
Someone tell him in the chat. Someone's put pancake. I'm not sure if that's aimed at you, Henry.
60.
Tribute was the word you were looking for.
Well, the conversation's gone flat, that's for sure. That's just his performance from Moreno.
96.
Yeah, won't want to be
Peter, you
reenacting
require
this anytime soon, will he? 156 for Hudson to just add a little bit of flair to the filth that we've seen in this game.
$40. Moreno,
So
you require
117 for
117.
Michaels to square this contest up at 2 apiece. 19 would have left him tops, and so Hudson with a similar mid-range
57.
finish to break the throw,
Peter,
to
you
put
require
himself 3-1 up, and then have the
116.
darts to complete a 4-1 win. We said he needed to win big. The cards could fall in his favour here if these next 2 darts are perfect, but they're not.
$76. Moreno, you require 60.
So tops is left for Hudson, and it will be left for Michaels after the... Well, it should have been left. It's double 10 instead, which
Game
actually
shot on
might
the
be
fourth
better.
flag,
That
Moreno
might have proved to be the
Michaels.
case there, because he had a clear look at that. And he ties it up at 2-2, despite a
Fifth flag, it's Peter to
really
throw
poor
first.
performance by his own
Game on.
standards.
I think this is what we call getting away with it. Hasn't played well by any stretch of the imagination, but Peter hasn't been able to put him away.
140.
Well, if you do want to see some quality stuff, we did have a couple of top professional dart players down here at the Super
100.
Series recently, Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton, and they were doing all sorts of things on that stage, including using illegal darts, and that video is going to go out imminently here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, so
40.
make sure you are subscribed and you've got your notifications turned on, and you can enjoy that after the action today. A really good pair to be going head-to-head in all these types of challenges, and it's great entertainment value as well.
42.
Hope the police don't know.
$45.
This contest reaching a lull.
$59.
You could tell just before they go to the Oki, they're both trying to G each other up, but they just cannot find anything in a literal and metaphorical sense.
Probably no surprise that the two matches that have been fraught with the most tension have been
55.
this one and the previous one, when players are knowingly playing to win or stay in.
We mentioned it earlier, it's a different type of pressure altogether.
45.
Which is why actually sometimes ignorance can be bliss. How many times have we seen here players that didn't actually know that they were through play superbly well to qualify without knowing that
60.
that result would have sent them in that direction?
Stevie Johnson last week in this group had no idea. He thought he had to win his last game 4-0. He'd done what, and I must admit, I've fallen for it in comms before. You get so wrapped up in leg difference in some groups, you actually forget about points, and he was through on points. Just needed to win. Didn't realise it until the referee told him at the end of the match. Well, this would be an oasis of excellence amongst a desert of dross.
126.
You'd have to say that would have come from absolutely nowhere from Peter Hudson. But importantly,
35.
He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 16 or whatever derivative he wants to move 3-2 to the good. And it is double 16 he's going to aim for. But not find.
And nothing that Michaels can do.
95. Peter, you require 32.
Can Peter put himself within 1 of the win?
Now 2 from 12 on the outer ring. Make that 2 from
24.
13, and Michaels has got another opportunity. And if he
78.
breaks here, he's going to have the darts to progress himself through to tomorrow night's final. He's going to get a dart at tops. Friend or foe? Friend. He actually used the flight of dart 2 to cushion it into the bed, and Michaels gets the break. He has the darts now to qualify for tomorrow night's final.
It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Well, it won't be the way that he would have wanted to seal glory, but doesn't matter how you get there, just get there if you can.
100.
What's it they say about it doesn't matter how you get through unless you get through? It'd be quite literally the case here for Moreno.
Brilliant for most of the day, dominant for most of the day.
95.
But this has been a real scruffy showdown that will spell the end of the road for the Rock. Hudson, if he does lose another leg in the game, his hopes for a finals night berth are over. For Moreno, it'll be a return, and he is a dangerous type, isn't he, to be running into on a Saturday. Make no mistake about that.
$59.
In his previous appearances here at the Super Series, he has won a week and been runner-up twice in a grand final to Jim McEwen, but also in the series after, lost in the weekly final to Wayne Jones. He is a dangerous customer when it comes to Saturday evening, and he's 121
85.
points away here
Moreno,
from booking his return.
121.
He's not going to seal it this time.
52.
Did have time on his side. But he's going to come back for a 2-darter to confirm his place alongside Jeff Smith in tomorrow night's final.
In doing so, I've ruled out the Rock.
Moreno, you require 69.
Choices. 19s or 15s. And the ball.
44. Peter, you require 117.
Well, the Rock needs to find a pebble dash finish here. 117 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 17 for tops. Tops it is to save it.
77.
Grazes the wire, and so Mikkels
Moreno,
gets
you
another
require
chance to
25.
qualify here.
So to do so, 88. And
Game
Moreno
shot,
Mikkels
unmatched.
makes it
Moreno
to
Mikkels.
Saturday once again. It wasn't the most glittering game to get there, that's for sure, but he's been effective today, hasn't lost any of his matches, and he is the first through from Group C. Joins Jeff Smith, and he sees off Peter Hudson. He will not be there now, but that is a game that we will not want to be reenacted anytime soon. Moreno Mikkels, though, will be happy to be at the Saturday session once again. He'll play once more against Shane Haywood, the man who's hoping to join him. But before that, Nick Fullwell takes on Arne Spee. So confirmation that Moreno Mikkels will be at the Modus Super Series on Saturday. He's through to the finals, along with the Group A winner, Jeff Smith. Shane Haywood hoping to join him when he plays him in the game that follows this. But this one is a battle between the bottom two in Nick Fullwell and Arne Spee. And I think both will be disappointed with how their day has gone. No doubt about that. No wins to their name so far. But who are you most surprised to see in this predicament?
Probably Nick Fullwell, and I think that's probably
First
because
leg,
of
it's
reputation
Nick
of
to
the
throw
past.
first.
I mean, these
Game
were Nick's
on.
numbers yesterday. 89.68 running average, 14 from 44 on the doubles. So those numbers are up there to be competitive with anybody, and you just thought if he played anywhere near that today, then
85.
he'd stand every chance. But the issue Nick has had is he has regressed a fair bit from what he's produced on day one. So far,
100.
he hasn't managed to have an average above the 80 mark as of yet.
Going to open a bit of local radio style fun up to the chat room here, based on Henry's
41.
butchering of tribute bands in the previous match. Let us know what your darts themed tribute bands would be. So
60.
a play on words of any band if they were a tribute band, but it's got to have some kind of darts theme in it, and it can't be darts. For example,
60.
Spandart Ballet or something like that. Just had someone in my ear say Adam and the Arrows, which I'm pretty impressed with.
What have I told you about voices in your head, Murph?
80.
Yeah, well, it's not going to change now. Yeah, get involved in the chat. A little bit of fun. Of course, when we get to the match between Mikkels and Haywood, it'll be all business. But with this one being a little bit of a dead rubber, let's see who can provide the best one by the end of the game.
60.
Someone in the chat saying Katie Tungsten.
140.
Well, Fullwell on 38.
97. Nick, you require 38. Game shot on the first leg.
And he
Nick
finds it.
Fullwell.
To land the first leg. My own offering, by the way, Henry, is McFlight.
Second leg. It's Arnie to throw
Or as they
first.
say in Portsmouth,
Game on.
McFloyd.
$55.
Fair to say that some of the observations that we're getting in this afternoon, some are really good and some are really, really bad.
81.
Oh, I've had a good one here. Good suggestion. ZZ Tops. Which leads me to this question. Which former PDC Major champion walked on to
48.
ZZ Top?
Go on, you just answer your own question, Henry.
Rod Harrington, he walked on to Shark Dressed Man when he won the 1998-99 World Match Play.
125.
See, some people aren't really getting the assignment. You can't just change a word, but just for no reason. So, like someone said here, trebles and roses. It doesn't really work.
45.
Keep them coming. You got till the end of this match. The winner gets a prize.
125.
What about the Mace of Spades?
Don't mind it.
78.
Remember, it has to be a band,
Arnie,
not
you
the
require 133.
title of a song, which some people are doing. They will be banned from the competition.
57.
Age you won't count, but you may still be charged.
$100. Arnie, you require 76.
And both on 70-something checkouts. As we move away from the madness for a moment.
36. Nick, you require 72.
Tots for Fullwell to double his lead.
52. Arnie, you require
Not to
40.
be, so Spee will come back for Tops to square up at 1-1. One high, one
Game
in,
shot on the
and
second
1-1.
leg.
This
Arnie
contest
Spee.
is squared up.
Third leg, it's Nick to throw first.
Ooh, Thomas Smith,
Game on.
don't mind this one. Spandau Bullet.
Specific, isn't it, to a player
45.
who has actually performed Spandau Ballet on a stage? Stephen Bunting.
Who's done the best karaoke in darts that you've ever seen?
140.
Nobody in this building.
$121.
Yeah, Thomas, you don't have to then repeat what you said with the explanation as to
60.
why. The whole point of doing the competition, the pun, is to get the pun. You don't need to explain the pun, otherwise there's no point of having the pun in the first place.
50.
Hope that explained that.
Just a bit of fun, Henry. Well, not much fun had by this pair today.
45. 100.
Spee of a ton will leave himself first to a finish. If he can fill it up, he'll leave himself on a 2-darter.
140.
Well, we're on the musical theme. Don't forget the rock star Joe Cullen was here at the Super Series along with Johnny Clayton, and the pair of them took part in plenty of different challenges.
135.
And the
Arnie require 116.
illegal darts challenge is now available on the YouTube channel, so don't forget to have a watch of that after this.
56. Nick, you require 50.
10 for tops. Missed a couple of this target.
10.
2-0 up, and now
Arnie
Spee from 1-0 down
60.
can move himself in front in this contest. If he can find the target, the Fullwell is just missed. In the double, not the ring.
40. Nick, you require 40.
Well, Nick Fullwell looking to show him how it's done.
$20. Arnie, you require 20.
It's felt like a recurring theme today,
Game
hasn't
shot
it?
on the third leg.
Toiling
Arnie
around on the
Spee.
doubles, but Spee breaks the throw of Fullwell to move 2-1 up. It was almost as apologetic as you
Fourth
could get
flag,
without
it's
sending
Arnie
out the
to throw
hand of
first.
apology.
Game on.
Quite like a few that are coming through now. You've got a lot better at this. We've got 3 darts down, quite like that.
97.
The treble-eyed threes. I can get on board with that, but my favourite so far, as a homage
41.
or a tribute, you might say, to one of our ace co-commentary colleagues, Mace of Bass.
And if you know one thing about Chris Mason, he does enjoy the chat
85.
room.
$140.
I suppose you could have the Dave Clark 5.
Very good.
129. $100.
Improved a little bit this game. 2 treble turns, followed by 100. Now that one went below the treble 20. You know what that was, Henry?
45.
That was a block darty.
Well, we're talking about music. A man from Glastonbury is here
55.
tonight, and Justin Hood.
Arnie require 145.
But is this going to be all singing, all darting for Arnie Spee?
$60. $95. Arnie require 85.
So, 20 for Bull. And he's
Game
found
shot on the
it.
fourth flag. Arnie
Very
Spee.
nicely done from Arnie Spee. And don't forget as well, these players are playing for position. The higher you finish
Fifth
in a group,
flag.
the more
It's
money
Nick to
you
throw
make.
first. Game
And the
on.
victory for Spee here would lift him off the foot of the table.
Well, there is a
81.
possibility that Arnie could finish 4th in the table. If he wins this leg, he'll win 4-1. And if he can get a big win against Peter Hudson, who he plays in the last game,
125.
he could finish 4th, and suddenly he could salvage what was a desperate day into something more tangible, have a few more pennies in the pocket as he heads back to the Netherlands with his dad.
100.
Well, yeah, if he finished bottom, he would have had the worst possible week he could have had, wouldn't he? Bottom of Group A, bottom of Group C, the least in his pocket.
100.
If he manages to get up the table, then he might be buying breakfast at the airport.
100.
Such a contrast for Nick Fullwell, though, Henry, the way he played yesterday to the way he's played today.
Yeah, it couldn't have got any worse when compared to
97.
yesterday. Actually, this is his best performance from a statistical viewpoint throughout the course of the day, but it looks like it's going to be in vain.
85.
But for Arnie and his friends that are watching on holiday in Greece, they'll be very happy to see him pick these 2 points up.
44. Nick, you require 135.
So treble 20 would give him a go at the bullseye. And now Spee will take aim at the very same
63.
checkout.
Arnie, you require 135.
This to win it. Treble 20 for the bull.
$95. Nick, you
Here's a sell
require
from tops
72.
if there is a miss for Fullwell. And this may well be his last chance of this match. Tops.
52.
And Spee's
Arnie,
back
you
for the win.
require 40. Game shot.
And
the
there it
match,
is.
Arnie Spee.
The 4-1 win for Spee that leaves Fullwell flat at the bottom of the table, and see Spee pick up his first win of what had been a frustrating Friday up to that point. The pair of them depart the stage. Neither will be in action tomorrow, but Spee was, well, pretty decent on the doubling in that one. 4 out of 7. Gets a 4-1 win over Fullwell. And now attention is going to turn to the next match to see if Shane Haywood can join Moreno Michaels at finals night when they lock horns after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
And Andreas Harrison, the Series 7 champion, will return to the Modus Super Series next week. There you see him in Group A. What a Group A that's going to be as well. Gilbert van der Meijden, the fellow ADC Europe player, Niall Culliston, Tommy Morris, John Henderson and Reece Robinson. Group B featuring Alex Small, John O'Shea, Ross Montgomery. And Group C, Richard Rowlands, Lee Cox and Richard Hosey for a fantastic Week 3 at the Super Series. But here on Week 2 of Series 8, well, the Group C table looks like this. Moreno Michaels is already through, and he's about to take on Shane Haywood in the pair's final match of the day. Now, if Haywood can get a couple of legs in this game, he will join Michaels at finals night. Any other outcome opens the door for Kieran Teehan to catch him when he takes on Nick Fullwell in the one that follows this. Henry, you'd expect Haywood to get it done here. Doesn't have to win the match, just needs to find 2 legs. But we did see a little sort of indication in his previous game that he's feeling the pressure of getting there.
But at the same time, he would have seen that performance from Moreno Mikel's last time out and probably would have licked his lips over the prospect of this particular match. Mikel's averaged below 17 beating Peter Hudson last time out, and he showed absolutely no signs of a performance of that particular scale throughout the course of the day. Matter of fact, he won his first 11 legs of the day, but it was a residual drop-off for Moreno, and that will give Shane a heck of a lot of confidence, because he, in terms of the 3 games he's played today, has been the most consistent performer in a good sense. He's been the most consistent performer in a good sense throughout the course of the day. Now, in terms of his previous matches, an 81.3 in that defeat to Kieran Teehan. He had an 87.13 in that 4-0 win against Nick Fullwell. Had that having a 93.0 for the highest of the session against Peter Hudson, and then came back from 3-0 down in his first game of the day against Arnie Spee to win by 4 legs to 3. And as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, he may well be one of the more inexperienced players in this group, but he hasn't played like a man who's only playing in his second appearance here and is looking to make it through to a first final.
96.
Yeah, for much of the day, it looked very composed and calm and confident.
71.
Only 2 sort of nervy games for his first one, and then once he got going, he really did get going in turning the match around against Arnie Spee. And then the last game, when he went down to Kieran Teehan,
121.
just stopping him qualifying at that point and keeping Teehan's hopes alive.
$97.
Well, Mikel's just got 6 starts there from 139 to keep Haywood at bay for at least another leg.
$40.
And after that errant dart into the single 1, he's now left himself on a free darter.
55. Moreno, you require 99.
And because of that errant dart, it's now a free darter for Moreno. Tops. Well, last time he was in this position, he was half-hearted, decided to attack the treble 20.
59.
And that last dart was
Shane, you require
close.
137.
Well, he will return 4 tops.
39. Moreno, you require 40. Game shot on the
Which
first
he nails.
leg.
First
Moreno
start
Mikel.
in hand. Take the opening leg of this one. Remember, Shane Haywood needs 2 legs to secure qualification
Second
alongside
leg. It's Shane
Moreno
to throw
Mikel's.
first. Game on.
You know, I was mentioning a bit earlier on about Shane looking so assured. Does he look a little bit
85.
more edgy, a little bit more irked now?
Yeah, I feel like maybe just, you know, when you want
60.
something too much and you grip it too tightly and then break it. I think it's kind of that kind of feeling.
100. $97. 140.
Well, Haywood is going to
100.
get 6 darts and 176 to square this contest up at 1 apiece. It put Haywood on the hill of qualification. I mean, just 1 more leg required to see himself through to tomorrow evening's finale.
81.
But just like Moreno in the last leg, errant dart would dart 3 into the single 1, but he's at least going to leave himself on a 2 darter, unlike Moreno.
58. Shane, you require 95.
He'll be very unlucky to miss out from here, wouldn't he? Double top.
55.
He's going to get the luxury of time. But this has been a Real drop-off in performance from Moreno Michels over the last game and a half. It has to be noted.
Shane, you require 40.
And really, actually, from the second half of the game against Arnie Spee, it started so well, but it's just gone awry.
Game
And
shot
Shane
on the
Haywood
second
here
leg. Shane
is
Haywood.
501 points away from tomorrow night's final. He needs 2 legs to qualify. He's
Third
got the
leg,
first
it's
of
Moreno
them.
to throw first. Game on.
He can almost touch it, can almost taste it.
Wonder if he knows. I think we'll see if he does get another leg on the board, whether he's
100.
aware of the situation or not. And it's a discussion we have many times in the commentary box, whether or not it's a good thing to know exactly what you need, or whether it can actually
85.
act as too much of a distraction.
Well, we're finding it more and more, the more we have European-based players here, that players know scenarios
96.
more. The amount of times where the players, they are allowed to speak to a players' marshal, which looks after the players on a daily basis. They can ask them about the
76.
scenarios. And on Wednesday, that did happen.
Did have one situation recently where a player said, "Can you go and find out the situation? But
65.
don't tell me straight away. I'll let you know later if I want to know." So they wanted to make sure that someone did know, but they weren't quite sure themselves whether they wanted to know or not. And I think that's a predicament that a lot of players find themselves in.
45.
Just think about the PDC Pro Tour, for example. Paul Nicholson will tell you, so often you start thinking about where you need to get to in a tournament in order to put yourself in the best
96.
place to qualify for something. However, if you just concentrate on winning as many matches as possible, that kind of takes care of itself.
180.
Well, that match would completely
Moreno, you
change the
require
complexion of this leg.
144.
Suddenly, Michels is on the back foot.
And it means that Shane Haywood will walk to the hockey with a finish in front of him to qualify for finals night.
90. Shane, you require 115.
And there'll be some way to do it as well. Tops. And at the
Game shot on
second
the
time of
third leg,
trying,
Shane
Shane Haywood has qualified for finals night, and he does it with a ton topper. The 115
Fourth leg,
will
it's
see the
Shane to throw
Welshman
first.
join Moreno Michels
on.
in tomorrow night's finale.
All is settled in Group C then. The 2 players on your screen right now are the 2 going through to finals night.
140.
Jeff Smith already there, having won Group A earlier in the week. And tonight from 10, you'll see the remaining 5 players in Group B battling it out for the final 3 spots at
125.
the Saturday showpiece. Jim Long as good as there. Justin Hood not far behind him. Adam Lipscomb, the best of the rest in the final provisional place. But Chris Quantock and Adam Mould still in
60.
with a chance. 10 p.m. UK time here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel to see who joins Smith, Michels and Haywood at finals night tomorrow.
140.
Well, you mentioned, did Shane Haywood know the situation? But just look at the relaxed nature he's playing in this leg. He's almost sped up a bit, which is, in my mind, showing that he's just a little bit more relaxed about the situation. And now his best stuff really is showing. He really is flowing. And he's got Moreno Michels exactly where he wants him. And we should mention as well that if Haywood can win this game off by a margin,
Shane, you require
he would take top spot. He can win 4-1, 4-2. He'll be the top player. And he now wants the bullseye for back-to-back ton plus outs.
96.
Moreno,
you require 140.
looking to pull a rabbit out of the hat himself here. Not going to do it, and he's really blocked that treble 20.
60. Shane, you require 25.
To race into a 3-1 lead. Double 8. Bent the wire, double 4. No mistake with that one.
Flag,
15 data for Shane Haywood. The average just under 90. He's 3-1 to the good against Moreno Michels, and if he can pick off
Moreno to throw first.
any of the next 2 legs,
Game on.
not just would he be through, but he would be top of the pile.
$95.
Third max?
140.
No, just a third 140 instead.
But throwing with real authority, isn't it?
$85. $135. $134.
However, Moreno's just come back out to play here in the fifth leg. However, it could be a case of too little too late because Haywood's 2-2-6 away from the match.
100.
Ton has left himself on 1-2-6, the second dart in the treble 20.
$100. Shane, you require 126.
This will confirm top spot. It's been a top performance. The bullseye would have been to capped it off in style, and he really did
Moreno,
scare.
you
Got the line and
require
length.
87.
Yeah, scrape the ring around the ball. Can McKells locate it? Nowhere near. So it
46.
looks like Haywood is not only
Shane, you
going to
require 25.
seal qualification, he may well take top spot as well.
8 for Shane Haywood to top the pile. From the grasp of Moreno Michels.
And the match,
And it is going
Shane
to be the
Haywood.
Welshman that tops the pile in Group C. Shane Haywood, the top dog. He gets the better of Moreno Michels by 4 lengths to run, rounding off with a 14 darter, a comprehensive win. And he cannot believe it. Look what it means to him. That's how he got the job done, a 92.5 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. At 115, sealed his place through. He won another 2 legs from there. Haywood beats McKells 4-1. Teehan and Fullwell comes up next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now know Shane Haywood's going to be the victor of Group C. Moreno Michels is going to join him as the runner-up. And them two will join Jeff Smith, who won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. Tonight, 3 from 5 will make their way through Group B. Jim Long is in the best position, having completed the card on night 1, with Justin Hood and Adam Lipscomb also in prime position. It's a uniform table going into night 2, and we're going to watch that from 10 p.m. this evening. However, we've still got 2 more matches here in Group C to dot the I's and cross the T's. Nick Fullwell and Kieran Teehan's weeks will come to a culmination at the end of this particular encounter. Kieran, who was with us in Group A, had a chance of winning Group A. Dropped into Group C, having finished 5th in that particular group, up against Nick Fullwell, who went into this week with a bit of expectation and had a very good first day, but Friday afternoon did not go to plan for him whatsoever. So both looking to finish with a win, looking to finish on a high. The High Tower will throw the first darts of this contest.
Well, for those who were watching a couple of games ago, the winner of our darts band challenge, and it's one that actually
81.
Don't Cry fixed, but it came from one of our production crew. Status throw.
$95.
We should say, yes, that was probably the only good one that came from the production team as well.
The prize was keeping the job, so well done.
37.
Oh, they got to do overtime, haven't they?
100.
And we're back to the performers on the hockey.
60.
Kieran Teehan setting up a 1-3-2. A bit disappointed to be in this position now, not able to do anything to force his way through. Won't be returning to Champions Week in this series.
The one word that will describe Kieran Teehan's week has been disappointment. He's
51.
put himself in positions, decent positions, in both of the groups he's been in, but has been unable to take advantage or capitalise. Unfortunately,
50.
if we're staying down the music theme,
81.
it's too late to capitalise. Double 13. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. Kieran Teehan draws first blood. 1-0 to the Irishman.
It hasn't been Nick Fullwell's day as well. He'd be hoping to at least get a victory to his name on what has been a really difficult day's darts for him.
Well, it's been sour for the man from Stourbridge, hasn't it, on this Friday afternoon?
Can't argue with the two players that have gone through. They've both racked up 14 points.
137.
Well, they picked up 4 wins from 5 on the day, so mathematically there's no way they couldn't have got through. The right two have gone through in the end, and what looked like was going to be
30.
a group, and you mentioned at the top of the show you thought that the last game would have something riding on it. Well, it was pretty much all done by the beginning of game 13, and really by that point it was all done anyway.
42. $81. 100.
Last 4 matches all going with a player who didn't have the throw.
100. Nick, you require 85.
Well, this has been a good leg from Nick, leaving himself 85 after 12. But he's not going to take the finish out on this occasion. No, there was a necessity to. He's left himself top to pot his return with Teehan not on a finish.
60. Nick, you
Just-
require
I don't know if it would
40.
be frustrating to play well in this game if that makes sense for Nick Fullwell. Double 15 to rescue this.
10.
He'll
Kieran,
want
you
to sign
require
off with a win and something to hold
130.
on to, but also be thinking, well, why didn't I do that earlier?
Bullseye.
90.
Okay, decide not to
Nick,
go
you
for it. Doesn't think Nick
require
Ford's going
30.
to take out the double 15. Interesting play, Kieran. Great hit,
Game shot on the
Nick.
second
1-1.
leg. Nick Fullwell.
And he's playing okay in this game, Fullwell. All square. Teehan has
Third
to throw
leg,
one game
it's
to
Kieran
come
to
after
throw
this, by the
first.
way. Arne Spee
Game
against
on.
Peter Hudson is your Group C curtain closer. And we are going to hear
95.
from the group winner, Shane Haywood, at the end of the day. So stay tuned for that. It's a very proud moment for him. And it will be very, very interesting to get his thoughts.
60. $100.
I'm sure the news of him being
57.
interviewed by yourself, Murph, will be music to his ears.
Who's had the pleasure of both of us now.
97.
And I think there'll be a lot of interest
123.
in what he said before the play started today, how he was here just to learn, wasn't really thinking about qualifying or
100.
winning, was kind of playing it down, wasn't he?
He's not going to be allowed to play it down any longer, although he is, and it's not as a disrespect to Shane, not one bit, but because you're going to have the
64.
likes of Jess Smith, probably Jim
Kieran, you
Long in there
require
too.
109.
He's going to go in there as one of the outsiders, and that will suit him down to the ground. Because he can just plot about his progress in the way that he wants to.
41.
And also, think about the type of people he's going to be sharing a practice room with. If he wants to learn, well, he's going to be learning from some of the best tomorrow.
177.
That was up there with one of the
Kieran,
best
you
shots we've
require
seen. A
68.
177 to leave double 10. But it may be in vain as Teehan takes aim at double 18 and
Game shot
finds
on the
it
third leg. Kieran
for a
Teehan.
2-1 advantage in this penultimate game of the day, of the session, rather.
Fourth leg.
10 more
It's
to
Nick
come
throw
tonight.
First. Game on.
We should also say that a win for
78.
Kieran in this one would ensure that he is guaranteed third place in the table. If he did lose this game, Peter Hudson would have the opportunity to get the jump on
59.
Kieran with a big win against Arnie Spee, but Teehan, if he can win 2 more legs, he would, well, pretty much
81.
guarantee third spot and ensure Nick Fullwell's down to the bottom place, and the only I to dot and T to cross would be Hudson against Spee, where
83.
only a 4-0 win for Arnie Spee would be enough to see him leapfrog Peter Hudson into 4th in the table. So it's
85.
almost academic.
We did see next week's players as well, Henry, just a couple of games ago. What a lineup that is. One of the best Group A's I think I've ever
135.
seen. You've got Reece Robinson, John Henderson, Andreas Harrison, all massive Super Series names. Tommy Morris, who's
100.
gone as far as you can go without winning. Niall Cullerton's an excellent player, and Gilbert van der Meijden as well, one of the top qualifiers from ADC Europe.
Well, 4 of those players have played at a Champions League before, and in the case of
95.
Andreas
Nick, you require
Harrison,
157.
Andreas Harrison and Reece Robinson, they played in multiple Champions Weeks. Forward looking for the 157. It's not going to go. And so Teehan, 129 to break the throne to move
Kieran, you
himself
require
3-1 in front in this
129.
contest. George ready for the ball.
4 of our previous
81.
champions will be in action in this
Nick, you
series.
require 18.
Though admittedly one of them is ineligible to play anymore.
And then the
No
other one that's
score.
missing is in Australia,
Kieran,
which
you
is
require
a little
48.
bit more logistically difficult.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
Well, he
Kieran
was 16
Teehan.
and then 32, but he got 32 and then 16.
5th flag. It's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Though I am looking forward to the day, and it hasn't happened yet,
100.
remember in a main tournament. I don't think we've ever seen two champions play each other. Not that I can remember after they've won it. Whitehead and Taylor may have
7.
played before Taylor won his title, but that may well be something that hopefully we see one day.
Maybe this series is the series.
140.
See, if Chris Mason was here, he'd be asking for the
42.
ultra money champion of champions concept.
They won't reveal
60.
too much about future weeks, but we do have a few more debutants to come, or certainly debutants here at the Super Series. One really interesting former world champion coming up in week 4.
65.
But we might start teasing a few players as the sessions progress over the next week or two for later in the series, so do stay tuned for those as well. There are
43.
some really exciting names coming up in the next few weeks.
$100. Kieran, you require 158.
158 to get it done in style, and he missed the double 19 for this. Oh, to finish his week in style. Some
Game
way
shot
to
and the
conclude
match,
for Kieran
Teehan.
Teehan. It's been a trying week for the Irishman, but he can end on a high. The high tower with a high finish. A 158 to round off his campaign. He gets the better of Nick Fullwell by 4 legs to 1. When he was so caught up in the moment, he accidentally forgot to shake the hand of Nick Fullwell. Well, I suppose that's full circle after the first game, isn't it? Teehan runs out a 4-1 winner in that particular contest. And so to our final game of the group, which sees Arnie Spee take on Peter Hudson.
Final flings then of Group C here on Friday at the Super Series. And it is week 2 of Series 8. Of course, Tom Sykes already through to Champions Week. Who will be there at the end of this week? Well, it won't be either of these two. Arne Spee and Peter Hudson both departing. Hudson in 4th in the table. Spee is in 5th. That could turn around if Spee gets a big win in this one, but you would say on the day that Hudson's had the better moments as a rule, though Arne did get his first victory of the day in his last match when he beat Nick Fullwell 4-1, so can the Dutchman sign off with a double?
But as Mahatma Gandhi famously said, beware predicting the dead rubber.
First leg, it's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
Arnie with the darts. This was the first game of the group. It's going to be the final game of the group. Hudson won this game 4-0 yesterday with an 84.68 average, 50% on the doubles.
41.
He started and ended his day with victories yesterday. He could potentially start and end his day with wins here because he beat Nick Fullwell in his first game of the session by 4 legs to 3.
23.
Don't forget, though,
55.
after today's final game of Group C, don't fret. We're going to be back tonight. 10 more games from Group B, so you can go and enjoy the football festivities. Germany and Scotland kicking off Euro 2024.
58.
You can enjoy that game from the Allianz Arena in Munich. And then from 10 o'clock, forget about the post-match analysis. Come and join us here from the live lounge in Portsmouth for 10 scintillating games. Jim Long tops the pile as far as that Group B
58.
is concerned. Justin Hood in second place in a very good position. Adam Lipscomb and Chris Krontok also very much vying for a spot. Adam Mould is the player who's going to make up ground tonight. And if Chris Krontok plays the way he did yesterday evening, he's got every chance of making it through. He can feel hard done by only picking up 2 points from his 4 matches.
There should be an interesting end to this group stage campaign.
85.
Don't forget, 7:30 p.m. on Saturday UK time is the time for finals night. If you can't be here in Portsmouth, which you can be for just a couple of quid, then do tune in to the Super Series YouTube channel that you're watching now. If you haven't yet,
100.
subscribe. It'd be silly not to, wouldn't it? You won't miss anything if you do that. And make sure that you have got your notifications enabled. And we've had some fantastic finals nights this year. I think
82. PT
the audiences have really turned up
140.
and the players have really turned up. Last week was electrifying, wasn't it?
The standard from start to finish was absolutely immense. And sometimes you get this with weeks where sometimes the best finals nights comes from the weeks where maybe the Monday to Friday may not have always been the
44.
most rip-roaring, but if you get the right 6 in a room on any given evening, you get some superb stuff.
$78. PT you require 96.
Well, Hudson straying wide with dart 1, but perfect with dart 2, and so double 12.
81.
It's usually the
Arnie, you
double hit
require
for the 9, but he hits
102.
a single 9.
And give Spee the opportunity to hold his throw. Great start. Double 16 for a great finish.
70.
Would have been a steal
PT you
from
require
Spee.
15.
Hudson has to be careful here with dart number 1. And he is. And he can crash in off that.
Game shot on the
Sneaks it
first
right
leg. Peter Hudson.
in the corner. And breaks throw.
So the rock
Second leg.
breaks.
It's Peter to
Spee
throw
one
first.
down.
Game on.
So we'll be heading back to Hoes on the outskirts of Rotterdam, following the conclusion of this game.
Could be anywhere, couldn't it?
His
43.
family actually held just a couple of doors down from the De Kuip Stadium, the home ground of Feyenoord FC. And apparently, his local darts team have a chant for Arnie, which is similar to that of the then Feyenoord manager, now Liverpool boss, Arnie Slot.
Do you want to give us a few bars?
No one wants to hear that.
96.
I thought that part of the show had been and gone.
We'll get it on TikTok for later. How about that?
I thought we wanted people
90.
to subscribe.
Oh, people will subscribe for that. Don't worry. Henry sings the Arnie Spee chant coming up.
It's one way of getting cancelled.
134.
Well, he was very proud to have qualified for the Super Series, Arnie Spee. How would you assess the week that he's had?
81.
I think he will have really... Well, I know he's really enjoyed the experience. He's actually one of those players who's come up... Well, I don't know what he's doing there. What is that? What was that?
140.
Stalking around like a pterodactyl at the back of the stage there, Arnie Spee.
Well, I know he's a fan of the Super Series, but he's brought back the tungsten T-Rex.
And has that changed your assessment of his week that
125.
you were just giving until he
BT
interrupted with that
88.
reverse moonwalk or whatever it is?
Double 14 for 14. Honestly, Arnie
74.
Spee looks like a scene at a
Arnie
Hotel
require
Transylvania.
160.
But he could transform this match if he could pin the 160 to break the throw.
That's how Henry Deacon walks around when he's gone downstairs for his midnight milk. Trying not to wake the
100.
family.
PT require 14. Game shot on the
Double
second
7,
leg.
2-0
Peter
Hudson.
Hudson.
Shall I try and answer the question?
Yeah, how would you assess
Third leg.
Arnie
It's Arnie
Spee's
to
week?
throw first. Game on.
I think he'll be pleased with the experience. I know he's enjoyed the experience. He's actually been talking to us at the end of every single day and been wanting to get to know the people behind the scenes as well. This is something that
95.
he's been watching for the last couple of years non-stop. Every session. But I suppose when you have a job as a sweet maker, I
58.
suppose you can have the Super Series on in the background. It's one of those programs where the kids and grown-ups love them so.
140.
Yeah, I guess similar to Shane Haywood, I think he needs to learn lessons from this time, and if he does come back again,
140.
might be a bit of a sweeter week. It's certainly been sweet success for Shane, and we are going to hear from at the end of this match, so don't go anywhere.
$139.
It's also good to see different players coming through those European qualifiers as well. Not just as in the UK, we see new faces do good things all the time. That European circuit, which remember, originally it was only just invitational players originally.
127.
But now we're actually getting qualifiers come through the system. Some good qualifiers at that. We're going to see a good finish here. No.
$63.
Well, looking like cutting Hudson's lead in half here, unless Peter can hit big. Can't hit
108.
much bigger than that.
Arnie, you require 64.
Tops.
44.
Doesn't go. And so Hudson is going to come
requires
back for 66 to get the double break and to make it 3-0. Tops is what he wants. And tops is what he
on the
finds.
third leg, Peter Hudson.
Couple of 15 darters here for Peter Hudson. It's been a fairly good performance to finish his week. 3-0 to the good, and he has
Fourth
the dart
leg,
to
it's
complete
Peter to
a
throw first.
full-zip win over
Game on.
Arnie Spee. Okay, that's another move.
$140.
Well, those of you who are tuning out but want to keep watching darts, there's a Poland Darts Masters being played in about half an hour's time, and then rejoin us tonight from 10 here on the Super Series
96.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, about 9,500 being crammed into that arena this evening.
A real hotbed of darts.
44.
There's Poland. Lots of support there for all players, and we've had a couple here at the Super Series.
Well, one of them in action tonight. Sebastian Białecki's played Rob Cross.
108.
Had a 9-darter on our stage. In fact, he did it in the very last leg of the Group C campaign, didn't he?
The Champions Week against Anton Östlund from another booming region, Sweden. I don't think it'll be long, or it shouldn't be long anyway, until Sweden gets something of a Euro Tour type event, in my opinion.
And our reigning champion from Sweden, Andreas Harrison, back in action at the Super Series next week as he begins his title defence.
65.
Well, Hudson in his mind will be thinking 6 on 220, even though Arnie's left on 160.
$55. Arnie, you require 160.
Well, he tried to get to 160 with him. He could have switched and left, say, 161 had he hit the single 19. You know it's a harder finish, but at least it is a finish.
65. $40. Arnie, you require 95.
To at least get a leg on the board in his final game here at the Super Series. Going double-double. Double trouble
shot on a
for
fourth
Arnie
leg, Arnie
Spee.
Spee.
That's how you do it.
Enjoying himself now, isn't he? Signing off with a
Fifth
smile.
leg, it's Arnie to throw first.
And even Peter
Game
Hudson
on.
almost manages one.
Nice little fist bump.
$140.
Well, in the first game of the day, you may remember, Chris, that Arnie Spee led 3-0 against Shane Haywood and then lost 4-3. Arnie Spee was 3-0 behind in this contest.
25.
Could he reverse the roles in this one?
Can he go on a winning spree?
140.
Interesting. Very interesting. Arnie Spee is just now beginning to slow down the pace in this game.
57.
He's going with the pace of Peter.
Well, Arnie Spee is flying suddenly.
180.
And this might be a sort of vindication for the advice of practice like it means everything, but
43.
play like it means nothing, because
Arnie, you require
that's the
41.
attitude Arnie's been given off the last couple of legs, and he's been brilliant.
One.
And they would have been darts from 11 and 12 darter as well.
What was that fist bump for?
I missed 2 darts at tops. Go on, you can have a fist bump in all.
He scored one. He scored one. Fist bump.
60. Arnie, you require 40.
I expect a fist bump, but this tops goes.
I don't expect it. I expect more if he misses it, to be
Game
honest.
shot on the fifth
Right, in
leg.
pops tops.
Arnie Spee.
Shuffles down the hockey. Gets a fist bump. What on earth is going
Sixth
on?
leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
He gave himself a fist bump. Is Arnie Spee trying to perform some sort of Peter Hudson parody here?
97.
But while the man himself is stood on stage with him.
What, a reenactment?
100.
Well, I've got completely no idea what's going on.
If you have just joined us, welcome along to Portsmouth's Got Talent.
58.
The top talent in this group, Shane Haywood, is waiting in the studio for a chinwag with me to analyse and assess his performance and his reaction to
43.
qualifying for the first time for finals night. That's coming up after this bizarre bout.
Which could still have another leg and a half to play.
60.
Although I would find it ironic if Arnie Spee wins the sixth leg and it'd be the only time he doesn't give out fist bump Peter Hudson. Well, it looks increasingly likely that Peter won't need it, though.
Well, Arnie's played well
58.
since he's started moving along gracefully.
$100.
Honestly, he's been walking up and down the hockey, Arnie Spee, like Count Dracula. But he cannot find one treble.
60.
Nah. And Hudson, 186 points and 6 darts away from the win.
It might be a short-lived spurt from Spee.
60.
Only 60. Spee, though, needs to find at least a treble to leave any kind of finish.
41. Peter, you require 126.
So 6 darts for the match here for Peter Hudson from 1-2-6 to end his Group C campaign. 98 remaining, so he'll have a think about his options because Arnie's back on 199.
48.
Will leave himself 78 upon his return to get the job done. Now for Arnie, it looks like his week's going to come to an end here. He's enjoyed every single second of it. Well, this game has been indicative of that.
65. Peter, you require 78.
He's going to finish 5th in the group. For Hudson to get the job done. He missed the big number. And he's not going to get a go at double 10. And so Spee to send us to 3-3. Looking at 1-3-4. Well, it is like a scene out of one of those
70.
horror movies. Peter Hudson's got
Arnie,
his
you
tongue
require
out.
134.
And Arnie Spee's got his arms aloft as if he's some kind of Count Dracula character. Double 4 for Peter Hudson to get this job done.
94. Peter, you require 8.
2 4s for 4-2 win. Hudson will end
Game
with a
shot
win.
on the match.
He gets
Peter
the better of
Hudson.
Arnie Spee by 4 legs to 2. His week has come to an end. He has loved every single second of it. He shakes a hand to the referee Jack Garwood. Peter Hudson does so as well. Well, that was a funny way, wasn't it, to end Group C. It was good fun from the pair. That's how the game went. 4-2 in the favour of Peter Hudson. But actually, Arnie Spee had the average 10 points inferior of that of Peter in the end. It's Shane Haywood and Morena Mikkels, the 2 players at the top of the group. They're going to be the 2 players that are going to progress their way through to tomorrow night's final. Teehan is the player that misses out in third. But in our final game of the group is Peter Hudson has beaten Arnie Spee by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. The final match comes to an end, but a little while ago we saw Shane Haywood seal his qualification and top the group. Shane, your reaction to that? You're in Saturday.
Can't believe it, mate. Yeah, I knew I needed a leg or two to qualify. Didn't know what I had to do to top the group, and Jack told me. I was like, really, but I just tried to win every game. So
let me just take you back to the start of the day. You were 3-0 behind against Spee actually in that opening match. What was going through your head at that point?
I knew I'd already won 2, and I thought I've got the throw in 3, and that was one of them. So it was like I've got to do something, and try and turn it on. So I just thought of just try and settle down and throw your game. All last night I had loads of messages off friends back home, some really experienced players like Dav and Mark Graham, James Beaton, just saying just one game at a time, and that's just sort of went through my head, and I just sort of settled, and then sort of found my game then, so.
Yeah, you did seem to really settle down and look really composed and assured for most of the rest of the day. I would say, from our observation, until the point you were almost there, were you starting to think about it?
Definitely started thinking about it.
Yeah,
I started thinking about it. I'm after a new experience every time I play darts, and I thought this is the best chance I'm going to get to be on to do this. So I was like, oh, come on, don't mess it up, whatever you do. And yeah, it did go through my mind. Yeah.
We heard in your interview before today started with Henry Deacon that you said you're just here to learn, really, that you're always learning.
100%, mate, yeah.
What have you learned the last couple of days?
A lot about myself, more than my darts. My first time here back in March, I think, was it? I learned that I wasn't standing where I should be standing, and I was leaning too far forward, and unless you play things like this, you don't get to see that. So I learned that, and I've adapted, and I've sort of put that right. But I've learned that I really want it. I really want it. So yeah, I'll just keep trying to do the best I can and see where my results take me and go from there.
How big a moment is it for you to have made it through to the finals night?
Hey, come on. Do you know what I mean? I'm so lucky to be here, so I don't want to be about it. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, to do this is really special. It's something I'll remember for the rest of my life. So, yeah.
Well, we'll give you confirmation of that, actually. You like looking at this. This is the group breakdown for this week. So, if you look at the monitor there you see yourself, Shane Haywood, the winner of Group C, Marina Mikkel's runner-up, Jeff Smith going through to finals night. Whoever gets through from Group B, Shane, it's going to be a very, very difficult finals night, but just to be part of it is going to be fantastic.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And with Adam possibly going through, it's going to be chocolate, isn't it? So, new experience, learn, move forward.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It will be a new experience because there'll be an audience in here tomorrow. Anyone coming over from Wales? Are you?
I don't know. I'll have to get the phone turned on and see what comes up. But I play county, so I'm used to a stage. I've played on stage back in the day, 20 odd years ago. But I had a couple of goals when I started back after COVID. So I'm not a stage where crowd doesn't faze me. I'm not, but it's more of an adrenaline thing, isn't it? And it's going to be. Well, I'm hoping it's going to be manic in here. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, it has been.
It'll be my biggest time ever. So
come down if you haven't been before. Give this man his moment. Tickets are
available from
dartshop.tv. What's the approach for you between now and tomorrow night?
Again, mate, I don't expect anything. I just go up there, try and play my own game. If it happens, it happens. I know I got a 60 average in me, but I also know I've got 120 average in me. And they haven't happened yet, so the more I'm getting used to that, let's hope it happens Saturday night, you know what I mean?
Well, Shane, congratulations. Yeah. We will see you tomorrow at finals night. Enjoy this moment and enjoy it tomorrow night as well.
Forever, mate, forever.
Absolutely, and we will see you there as well. See, I got the fist bump at the end of the day there. We'll see you tonight, actually. Group B is going to conclude this evening, 10 p.m. live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But for this afternoon, it's hooray for Haywood.